Welcome back, everybody, and what a great day of celebration for the Georgia Peanut Commission and for National Peanut Butter Lovers Month. I have had the best time today. And certainly for all of you, we're going to put something on Instagram where we're going to ask each of you to tell us, of the recipes that we made today, which one would you make? All right, so let's walk back through what we did today. We started with a peanut butter pound cake. It rose beautifully. It came out of the oven with the perfect crown. And part of that is that love factor that I spoke about today. The 20 minutes of creaming that butter and sugar really makes that amazing. So, use a larger plate than normal when you've got a wow factor dessert. And so adding some additional chocolate to a peanut butter pound cake, of course, is great. Then putting peanuts on it as an additional garnish, so it just makes for a beautiful presentation. All right, so then we moved to the sesame chicken strips with the peanut butter sauce. And honestly, just look really closely at these chicken strips. I've never seen a chicken strip that looked as good as this. It just looks so crunchy, and y'all, they are delicious. And then the peanut butter sauce, I think you're gonna really love too. And you could do that with apples or carrot sticks. There's so many different things that you could use that sauce for. And it holds up very well in the refrigerator, so keep that in mind as well. We moved from that into the chopped Southern salad. And this is beautiful. I tossed it up, just watching all the ingredients come together when you're tossing it up. And I said during the show that a lot of times if I'm doing it for my family, I'll go ahead and put the dressing on the salad when I'm tossing it in the bowl, especially if we're on a buffet line. But most of the time, people like their dressing on the side. They like to put as much or as little as they would like. But see how pretty this dressing is in a little cruet? So it's really nice to put it on the table and let everybody pass, but it comes together really well. That bacon just held up, it's so crisp. And don't forget about my tip about finding out all the different ways to cook bacon. And then finally, we're throwing in a bonus recipe today. I usually do 3, we're doing 4 today. These are the energy bites that are made with peanut butter that are just delicious. All right, so we start with 2 cups of rolled oats, 1/4 of a cup of semi-sweet chocolate chips, a cup of crunchy peanut butter, 1/4 of a cup of honey. So once I finish that, you roll them in the chia seeds, and then I pop this in the freezer. And then when it's time to eat one, you can just pull it out, let it thaw for just a second, pop it right in your mouth. Our recipes are always available on our website at veryvera.com, so can't wait for you to try these. But better yet, remember, no matter what you do, do it in good taste, and I hope you'll come back and join me again next week.
Welcome back to On the Red Carpet with Allison. I really should say green carpet today because we're talking sports. We're going to talk tennis. We have a world-renowned, award-winning tennis player turned coach who's taking athletics to the next level right here in Luzerne County. Empower Sports, it's really doing just that. It is empowering young, local athletes to fulfill their dreams. And with me today is Tim and Nicole. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Did you like that intro?
I loved it.
He paid me to write that. Guys, we have so much to talk about today. But before we talk about Empower Sports, I want to get to know Tim and Nicole. So who are you guys outside of Empower Sports?
You want to go first?
Well, my name is Tim Haas. I have been a tennis professional for over 40 years. I didn't intend to get into the tennis industry, but tennis sort of stayed in my blood. I played college tennis at West Virginia University, and through that great opportunity, I was able to become the assistant coach for West Virginia University men's team, and had a great experience helping the team reach a top 20 status for NCAA tennis. And from there, I've had the opportunity to teach at a number of different tennis facilities all over the Northeast and Midwest. I've owned some facilities and managed several facilities, and probably the most joyful part of my job is working with families, kids and adults, to introduce them to the game of tennis, develop their skills and love for the game, and to really help them maintain health and good fitness with their family in tennis. So it's been an interesting ride.
Interesting ride indeed, and I can't wait to hear all about that interesting ride. Nicole, where do you kind of fit into all of this?
So I've been a professional volleyball coach for 31 years. Volleyball's been in my life for 38 years, I think. And I have coached, at the Division I, Division III level. I've led my team to top 25 finishes in the NCAA. And around the time that my son was in like fourth grade or so, I noticed that volleyball was not very present in this area. And so I first started a Abington Youth Volleyball League. And then from there, I started my own club, which is a Travel USA club called Endless Momentum. And we needed more space for volleyball because volleyball is growing like crazy in this region. And then we found Empower Sports, and that's where we're based out of, in Kingston.
We're talking Empower Sports. We've mentioned it a couple times. Tim, that's your baby. So what is Empower Sports?
Well, Empower Sports is a multi-sport facility. It offers volleyball, tennis, and pickleball. I am so pleased to be a part of it. My role is to help develop the tennis and pickleball, but I have to be honest, I've enjoyed watching the volleyball, and it's just infectious. It's really fun. So it's a great facility, and it's a great place for kids to come, learn these great sports, become a part of these activities. Adults also enjoy tennis and pickleball. We have a great facility to offer to people.
You're looking at somebody who is the least athletic person. I've actually, I played softball. I played the bench. I also broke a bunch of bones during sports, but that is neither here nor there. I want to talk about your students because I just see the smiles and the joys when you guys are just talking about Empower Sports. So tell me, big names, learners, are they seasoned? Tell me about that.
So on our volleyball side, we have 4 seniors in high school that have already committed to play volleyball in college. So we do offer really high level volleyball training. We have some really esteemed coaches within the building. And we also offer volleyball for every other level in between. If you want to play competitively, we have a competitive adult league. But if you are someone that your version of volleyball is, the net outside at a picnic, totally fine. We have volleyball leagues for that as well. And I think that, we are the only facility that I am aware of, other than maybe some colleges, that have 3 courts inside our facility. So I feel really lucky. We have some, I know that we probably have, just from the recent girls volleyball season, 10 or 12 girls that made the all-conference team that play at Empower Sports. So it's a great fun place to be, and we're always offering opportunities for people to get involved, whether it be tennis, pickleball, or volleyball. And honestly, like, we may add basketball at some point. We've rented out our facility to a wrestling club. We're willing to do that with martial arts or gymnastics, whatever. Our building is 45,000 square feet. So there is room for a lot of sports to be going on at the same time.
And that building is located in Kingston, right?
Yes, Kingston, right on Rudder Ave. It's a little tricky to find, but because it's behind the houses, but right next to the eye care center place on Rudder Ave, and there's a sign there for that.
Okay, perfect. Because I was going to say, I'm like, wait, I drive in Kingston all the time. And I'm like, 45,000 square feet. I'm like, I would see it. But you gave a good descriptor. I want to talk about your long-standing careers. You said 31 years, 40 plus years. Who have you kind of met along the way that you like? Famous faces. Have you met any famous faces in all of your decades-long careers?
I've met a good handful of famous faces. Karch Karai, who is he was the women's team national coach that led the women to the gold medal in Paris.
Wow.
He and I have sat down and we've had meals together and things like that. I've also met Coach K and some other really influential coaches just in the industry. I and my staff, my volleyball staff, are always trying to learn. And so we are always striving to go to as many conferences and things like that. And I've been around some pretty high-level volleyball for a long time. I also know Mick Haley. He was also the national team coach. So, and then some pretty famous Sarah Franklin, Jordan Larson. These are all really high-level volleyball people that I wouldn't call them best friends, but we've been in the same circles and we've had conversations and I've learned from them.
And it shows literally you both are a fountain of knowledge about your respective sports. Tim, what about you?
Well, when I was coaching at West Virginia, I happened to see Patrick McEnroe play when he was playing for Stanford at the NCAAs, and met him there. And through the years, been able to run into him because we shared the same circles. I ran into him at a couple of different coaching conferences, and I was there fairly early for one of them. So the two of us sat and discussed, USTA tennis and so forth, while some professionals were training. And then a few years later, I was coaching the national 16 and under zonal championships in St. Louis, and this was in Chambersburg, and his daughter was playing in the event, so I got to reconnect with him. He's been a tremendous influence on me, a person of great knowledge and character. So that's one person. Another person that's sort of in the spotlight these days is Ben Shelton, the American player. His father, Brian Shelton, was a national coach for the USTA. He was a college coach as well, and I got to meet him at several seminars, and I've gained a lot of drills and knowledge from him. Those are just a few, and it's wonderful to have, contact with people like that, and that can provide a positive influence for you. But to me, the grassroots is a place of great joy, because you see that child, pick up tennis and they know that they're getting better, and all of a sudden they become a tennis player and they make their high school team, or they're able to make their college team even from very little in their background. So those are the areas that I really enjoy. It gives me a lot of, I really enjoy working with those players as well. So, when you have a player like that and you have influences at the highest level, it's just a wonderful connection.
I kind of want to build upon that for a moment. You were talking about, your youngsters who from a very young age picked it up and now they're making the team and all of that stuff. How important is it to build upon that talent and really set them up for success in their future careers?
Well, I think it's really based on fun. If the child is enjoying themselves, if they know that they're improving their skills, it makes it even more fun. We also work with parents and guide them through the process. There's so much emphasis placed on winning and the high levels of success, but the self-esteem and becoming good people as well as good athletes is really what's most important. And the sports like volleyball, tennis, pickleball, they provide character building, and so that student that I may have had 15, 20 years ago is now out of college and successful, contributing to the community. Maybe they have children, and they're exposing them to tennis or volleyball or what have you. So I think that these are life sports and life activities, and so it's nice to be a part when you're making a positive influence.
And I think especially now with everything going on in the world, I think it's so nice for children to have somewhere to go after school or something to look forward to after school and to use. Listen, I have a 9-year-old sister. Her energy is unmatched. It's like from the moment she wakes up to at night, and she's way more athletic than I am. So this would be such a good outlet for her. But to evolve on that a little bit more, somebody like my sister, super athletic, somebody like me, is there hope for me at Empower Sports? Like if I picked up the racket, is there hope for me?
Absolutely, absolutely. I just started a couple of adult beginner groups, and also there are a lot of people out there that used to play tennis. They may have played in gym class, they may have played in high school, they may have played a little bit in college, they may play at the public parks, which is wonderful. But yes, there's absolutely hope because you can have fun. If you're having fun, that's really what matters, and the health benefits are there as well. So it's a win-win.
1000%. I am such a huge advocate for getting your body moving and speaking up for your health and listening to your body. I love what you guys are doing. I'm so excited to learn more after break. You're both going to stick around?
Sure, that sounds great.
Absolutely.
We'll be right back on the red carpet. red carpet is taking over the tennis court today. We are back from break. I am with Tim and Nicole from Empower Sports. I'm learning a lot, and I'm also learning that even the most, non-coordinated person could pick up a racket and actually, maybe be decent. So, Tim and Nicole, thank you again for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
Great to be here.
You, Nicole, do mainly the volleyball aspect at Empower Sports, and Tim, you're all about the tennis, pickleball, and all of that fun stuff. I want to talk to you about your volleyball programs.
So we offer quite a bit for volleyball. Traditionally, in this area of the state and country, prior to about 10 years ago, kids could only start playing volleyball when they were a freshman in high school.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There was no junior high programs. There were no youth programs. About 10 years ago, there was more of a youth movement. And now we offer 8-week block classes of instruction in volleyball for as young as 8-year-old kids. So just like they might play soccer when they're little bitty things and basketball, now they have the opportunity to play volleyball as well at a very, very young age. And I think that can help grow the love of the sport. We make it very, very fun, very age appropriate. And that's something that I'm really proud of, just to see so many more kids getting involved in the sport. On the adult side, we also offer women's leagues, co-ed leagues, men's leagues. We have a wide variety of options for the adults and for them to participate in as well.
You sound like the Empower Sports is constantly busy in Kingston. So when do you guys find time from, court to court? Is it open classes? Is it just talk to me about times and stuff like that?
Sure. So we have a couple different options. We have a new online system, if you go through our website, where you can reserve your court online, and you can do that well in advance. And then you when you get there at 5:30 after work, your court will be waiting for you. But we also encourage walk-ins and walk-ups. I would say our busiest times of the day are probably between 4 and 9. But we have plenty of time, for our retired people or, parents that maybe have a little more flexible job during the day while their kids are in school. There's great opportunities during the day for them also to come and participate, especially on the tennis and pickleball side. So those are probably but we are open 9 to 9.
Wow.
Monday through Sunday.
So 24/7.
Practically, yeah.
I also want to talk, we mentioned a little bit in break about Empower Sports is always evolving, always expanding, and the building is constantly changing. So tell me about that vibe and really what that means for Empower Sports.
Well, we're very excited with Nicole as the new owner of the facility. She's committed to making the facility the very best in the area. And there are going to be several major renovations taking place internally, externally on the roof. We have worked very hard to make sure that the roof has been sealed properly. There's going to be some new insulation on the indoor side that's going to not only improve the climate, the comfort level, but it will also improve the lighting for all aspects of the facility, as well as major renovations to the locker rooms and the front part of the facility to accommodate volleyball tournaments, tennis events, and so forth. So it's great to be a part of a facility with an owner that wants to make the facility the best that it can be.
And it sounds like it's already being the best that it can be, and it's growing and evolving, and that's really what the community and the children in our community and everybody needs. I want to elaborate for a moment about, you guys launched in June. We have 30 years plus, 40 years plus of experience, all wrapped into one. But what would you guys say is your favorite part about Empower Sports so far?
For me, honestly, I think my favorite part about Empower Sports is the people that walk in the door. seeing them on a regular basis, like we definitely have our regular tennis and pickleball and volleyball people, they've really become like a family for us. We really try to encompass like that we're just one big Empower Sports family, and that we value each other. There's a lot of respect and trust and love between everyone. And we're always willing to help anyone in any way, whether it be volleyball, pickleball, tennis, or you need to change a flat on your tire. Like we're available to help.
So it's one big happy family, not just talking about the sports. Tim, I want to turn it over to you. What would you say keeps you, motivated? Like just as a whole in your career, because 40 years waking up every day, like what keeps you going?
It's the love of the game. I love the sport of tennis, and the sport of pickleball is growing. I'm getting to know the game much better as I'm more involved with it. When I was first starting out in my career, I spent some time. I moved from Ohio to Florida, and one of my goals was to learn to be in a place where both WTA and ATP tennis professionals were training. So I got to work alongside several coaches and so forth, and work at that level and learn how those players train and improve and develop. And it was a wonderful experience, but it also taught me that that's not what I really wanted to do. I was much more interested in being at a facility where family was emphasized, and to work with not just the moms and dads, but the kids, and to be a part of their development. And so I think that all of those things kind of roll into one, with the basic love of the sport. That it's a passion, and I'm very fortunate to have been in the business for so long, and I'm still enjoying it and just having a great time.
My uncle always says, shout out to my uncle Steve, he always says, if you love something, it does not feel like work. And I could say that about this, because I love getting to highlight organizations and people like you guys doing amazing things for our community. And I'm so happy and glad that you guys came on. We're going to be wrapping up here shortly, but I want to know what is next for Empower Sports. We'll start with Nicole.
So coming up, in the new year, we're going to be offering our fundamentals class, which is the instructional youth class I spoke about, as well as we'll be starting a youth volleyball league for kids to participate in as well. That's a little less commitment driven than a travel club. And then over the summer, we're going to have plenty of camps and clinics for kids to get involved in. And I just want to reiterate, I have never worked a day in my life. Like, I love what I do.
I love that. I 1000% love that. Tim, what's next for Empower Sports on your horizons?
Well, I'll first touch on the tennis and then the pickleball. With tennis, we have a program that it's not a consistent program. It's when it's available. But Friday Night Live is a social fun program for high school tennis players of all levels. I've run this program for close to 20 years, and the Middle States has seen the benefits of it, and it's now an initiative with the Middle States. And basically what it does is it brings in that player that maybe just barely made the team, and they want to play tennis indoors. It's a little bit less expensive, and it's social. We provide pizza, fun, music, and I have special guests that come in, and it's a really fun atmosphere. The kids that meet each other from all over the area maintain their friendships throughout their lives. It's really fantastic. So Friday Night Live is, we're actually running one this Friday night. We're going to be starting some local youth tournaments to try to get more of our youth involved with local USTA tennis events. It's a little bit hard to find some of these events in our community, so we're trying to run some events at Empower Sports for that. And we just had a college night, which is, I think, a unique program where all former college players and college players in the area can come during their off season, play, drill, meet, other college players and ex-college players, former college players, and have a good time. We just started that last night, and it was an incredible success. So tennis and pickleball, we have those activities. And one more tennis activity I'll mention is we're going to start a high school open play.
Okay.
That will be open to anyone who's a high school tennis player, and it's just basically an open gym. Come and play, meet other kids, play tennis, have fun. Okay, just very informal. On the pickleball side, we're going to be forming an after-school youth program that's coming in December. We have some pickleball tournaments coming up in December as well, fundraising tournaments, and growing our pickleball community. Just the continuing growth of both of those activities.
I love that. I'm so excited and so happy that you guys came on today. Before I let you go, I want to know, since you guys launched in June, how many people roughly would you say have walked through the doors at Empower Sports?
It's a great question. I would say between volleyball, pickleball, and tennis, we've probably had maybe 200 to 300 people easily walk through the door. One of the neat things, like I mentioned, like we have 3 volleyball courts, but we have 6 pickleball courts. And they're of like really high quality material. So the pickleball is really growing, and we have opportunities now. Like if you love pickleball, like you can come and play anytime you want practically.
I know one of our evening anchors that I'm gonna have to tell him, because Nick Toma plays a mean pickleball. Gianna Gali and I, morning anchor, we're still waiting for him to give us lessons because he is so good and he loves the sport. So this is definitely right up his alley. You guys are always expanding and evolving. Never say never for more sports to get added, or?
Yeah, I mean, we're considering potentially adding basketball at some point, or again, like we just have a huge facility space if there are other organizations. I've had interest from everything from softball and baseball leagues to have indoor batting cages, to field hockey would like to have some indoor tournaments. We have the potential to be unlimited. We just need people to reach out.
And reach out, I'm sure they will. This has been great. Tim, Nicole, thank you so, so much. As always, this is On the Red Carpet. Today it went green. Joey, roll the outro. Welcome back on the red carpet for another On the Red Carpet with Allison. I'm excited to be back in studio, and I have a fun one for you today. I have an award-winning screenwriter, radio podcast host, and he is on the red carpet to discuss everything new and upcoming So, Michael, thank you so much for joining me today.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
We are going to have fun. When I
Yes.
was writing my questions, I accidentally misspelled filmmaker and I put fun maker, but you know what? This is going to be a fun episode. So that is just a good, start to the episode. So let's
Agree.
get
That's a
into
nice
it.
one.
Michael, before we get into all of your projects, I want to learn more about you. So who is
Absolutely.
Michael Judkins?
Oh my gosh. Well, who is Michael Judkins today? I am, you know what? I can honestly say I'm a very transparent, authentic, humble guy. That's the best way to describe my personality. People that know me personally and professionally, I'm definitely always a supporter, and I'm a team player. I'm a collaborator, and I'm a creative. So that's something I've been since teenage years, pretty much. So that's who I would say Michael Judkins is today, and also a mental health advocate, because I besides my creative arts work, I do work as a therapist.
I love that. And that's so important to throw out there, that you do have a job in spite of all of this other amazing things. So you're doing it all, and you're doing a great job at that. So talk to me
Sure.
about all of your projects. What do you want to start with first? Because you're the Michael of all trades here.
I love that. I'm gonna use that all day. Trust me. I am the Michael of all trades.
Trademark it. Trademark.
The interesting part creatively, I am currently working on an independent film biopic. Steve Brodsky, living in Allentown. We're on winter break right now. We just paused about a week and a half ago from filming, and then we're going to start back up in middle February, beginning of March, for the second phase. And that project is very unique and passion project, because this is based on Steve Brodsky, who's a living legend in Lehigh Valley area of Pennsylvania, singer-songwriter. He's up in his 70s and still gigging around.
Wow.
We had a couple of fundraisers for this project, and Steve and I actually worked creatively for a number of years. So he actually came and approached me about a film project that he wanted me to do, and this was almost 2 years ago. So we spent a year doing script development, and then we went into development phase, and now we're to pre-production. Now we're in production. So the community's been very supportive in Lehigh Valley as far as contributing towards the film and making this happen. So I'm looking forward to that. So that's one project I got going on. And on December 19th, I'm a co-producer with 4 Feet Off the Ground production and Sassy Entertainment, where we're doing a anti-bullying documentary, and I'm filming my portion on December 19th. So I have about 6 participants that's going to be coming and filming their story on bullying. And this is from adolescent approach and from an adult's approach. So we're talking about workplace bullying. We're talking about social engagement bullying.
Yeah.
So different facets. So that project is something I'm looking forward to. And like I said, my day-to-day, besides the creative arts, I work as a clinical supervisor at MARS, Mid-Atlantic Rehabilitation Services, one of the leading drug and alcohol programs in Lehigh Valley. So I got a couple of things going on. And I actually have another poetry book that's about to be released.
Oh, you had me at poetry. I love poetry, and all of these projects.
Yeah.
Just hearing you talk about them, and you
It's
sound
draining.
so excited, and I love to see when an artist and a creator is so passionate about their work, and clearly you are.
Yeah.
Take me through the process. So for the bullying docu, for example,
Yeah.
what is that like from start to finish, like that project in your mind?
Yeah, in my mind, that was something when I have an agent, a publicist that I work with, so I'm signed to Sassy Entertainment, and she has another, Beatrice, she has another producer that's signed to her as well, and she put us two together. And we was talking about it's called Silent Screams, Anti-Bullying Documentary, and that I jumped on to be signed up for that project as a co-producer because, one, I experienced bullying when I was younger.
Yeah.
So I know how that feels on that end of it, to kind of see things as it is. And then on the other end, as a therapist, as a mentor, I counseled people that went through that. And not just adolescents and youth and child, I counseled even adults on it. So it's something to where I wouldn't say majority of people in my life, I would say a good amount of people that I come in close contact with have some experiences with that. And I find that even in the workplace environments, to where it doesn't go away as well either, right? So we wanted to bring something that brings another awareness to the community of a general topic that's, again, more and more information needs to be put out there in reference to that. So this one I'm excited for. I'm a little scared though. Not gonna
Why?
lie.
No.
Well, yeah, a little scared of that because originally I was going to actually hire a host, to do it, and then one night, swear to God, I was like a Saturday night, I was in my home office and I was watching Family Guy. Yes, I'm a Family Guy guy.
Me too.
I'm a Family Guy guy. Okay.
Me too.
And I was like, you know what? I should actually be the one doing it because I want to create a comfortable environment in that staging area
Yeah,
where
a
people
safe
feel to
space.
come and speak. And people that signed up for the project either worked with me in some capacity or know me. So I feel like that right there would allow them to be open. So I decided to host it as far as giving the questions and answering it. So I'm looking very forward to that. I am.
That is loaded with like so many things. Like my mind is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
wandering, and I'm so excited. So when will that be finished?
Well, we're hoping my portion would be finished probably by the end of December. I have two of them that needs to be virtual because they're in other states. But I'm hoping my portion will be turned in probably mid of January. So we're hoping maybe like a spring release, maybe
Okay.
spring, summer release. So it's
So you're
something
going
we're
to come
put
back
out
on in the
virtual.
spring, and
Oh,
we're going to
absolutely.
promote.
Absolutely. I would love to come back up here with you guys on the red carpet and talk about that project in its entirety because it's something we're going to be pitching to the community. We're also pitching to a couple of school districts in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania as well as Louisiana and Chicago.
I love it.
Yeah.
I have, the viewers know, I have a 9-year-old sister.
Nice.
So school, like some of the things she'll come home and tell me where it's like, well, sissy, I got called fat today. Piper, you're 9. Like that
Right.
word should not
Right.
exist. And
Right.
she's not. Like, it's just so disheartening. So you are literally doing the Lord's work in promoting a safe space and showing people that love is love, and it just be happy, be you.
Happy. Be kind.
Yes, be kind. Be kind
kind.
in big bold letters. Be kind. So
With the blue background about it for that way you can see it.
yes. Oh my God. Michael is giving me so many artistic like directives here. When Joe Nardone was getting the cameras ready, he was like moving the mic. He was like, move it a little bit. I was like, yes, Michael, you're hired. So
I love it.
talk to me. Where did this love for the arts really come from?
Well, I would say a lot of different spaces. The first time I actually knew I had words to a pen to a paper, how we call it in the writing world, I was in high school. I grew up in the Bronx, New York, so this was between 1992 and 1996, and I was in one of my global history classes. Back then, we called them global history. They call them a different subject now, but
Yeah.
and I've finished the test, and I always remember in this one teacher's room, she was such a modern teacher back then. She had all of us call her first name.
Oh.
So we always used to call her Miss Ann. That's how she liked it to be addressed. And I finished the test, and I turned over the paper, and I'm doodling because, you got to wait till the bell rings and
I was a
leave the
doodler
class.
too. I was a doodler.
So I'm turning over, and I'm like, oh, boy. And I didn't realize it. I wrote a poem. And when I handed in my test exam, thought nothing of it, guys. Got up, went about my day. Next week, we come back. She graded the test, because this was like a Thursday, Friday. I remember it. And on the test, she handed me my test when I got to the class on that Monday. It was an A-. I was like, woo! I didn't even study for that one, so I was nervous. I was nervous myself, too. I was sitting up there like, whoa, what is this? And in the letter grade, when she wrote A+, she had a little circle. She says, keep writing.
Wow.
And I was like, and she had a little heart. You could tell it was a very positive criticism. And I was like, what is she talking about? And I turned it over, and I was like,
Surprise.
I didn't even realize it consciously that I was right. I wrote my first poem. And
Yeah.
to me, it wasn't structured. It wasn't anything in that sense. It was a free verse. But that interaction with that teacher sparked the idea that I had words to a page. And I started writing. And I actually went to school for journalism. So I actually have my associates in science and journalism
Wow.
with a radio
Good
and
for you.
broadcast background. So I'm familiar with these surroundings and things of that nature. And from there, it just developed. It developed to me just writing. It developed to me to where I started, when I had feelings of sadness or any things like that, I would write. And that's what started that creative spark with me. And it just blossomed from there throughout the years. And I had an opportunity. There was 2014. I sent one of my poems to a publication or a book publishing. They was putting together an anthology, and they was had an open call for poets to submit.
Yeah.
And I just submitted a poem, a political poem. And I usually don't write those. And within 3 months of that publisher from AOS 21 contacted me.
Wow.
And I talked with him for like over a month, and probably within 2 months, I was signed under contract with that publishing house.
Good for you, Michael.
And I was
That's
signed for them for
awesome.
5 years. So one of the gifts I gave you in the bag is actually the poetry book that did under that contract.
Oh,
The
so
interlude to Sentiment to Me, and I made a stage play out of that too.
okay, I'm
Yeah.
so excited to tell the viewers. Michael comes bearing gifts, which he did not have to do because his presence was gift enough. And I was like peeking in the bag because I'll give me and Joe first dibs because
Joe, you got it.
Joe got first dibs. I got first dibs. And the book is so beautiful, that purple one.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
did you design that cover?
I did. I played with that cover. This is one of the 3 that I did a self-gratitude journal. Just something for people to just have in their hand and play with and kind of remember, we live in such a world to where we forget that we have to do self-love. And a lot of people don't understand what self-love means to them, because obviously we're so materialistic to where this could be considered self-love. But self-love is actually really taking the time out and being quiet, being still within your own present thoughts to think about where your life is at.
What really stuck with me, I am a big entertainment person. Gee,
it.
who would have thought? And what RuPaul said, he always says, if you don't love yourself, how are you going to love someone else? And that sticks
true.
with me, and it is so true.
It's true.
And you just reiterated that. So we have so much more to talk about. We're gonna take a quick break here shortly, but are you gonna stick around?
Absolutely. You guys got me. I'm a new fan now.
New
What do they call them? New
fan?
stands. I'm a new stands, I guess, now.
Listen, you're hired. He doesn't know it yet. They're making him a desk right now.
I love it.
Michael, we'll be right back on the red carpet. welcome back from break on the red carpet with Allison. It really should be called on the red carpet with Michael because he's carried this whole interview. And you know what? I'm just shutting up for once and listening to him talk because the fountain of knowledge that is sitting next to me is unbelievable. Michael, I want to take this time now to talk. You talked about your love for the arts and writing. I want to talk now about your poetry book, and you're an author. So tell me about all of that fun stuff.
Yeah, it was, for me, it was always interesting because when I first got signed to AOS21 Media, my publisher at the time, and we're still on social medias together after the contract ended, but that was really the first time I worked with different professional editors and I was able to allow criticism to enter. And I thought that was a great professional startup for me because that allowed me to not just think about what I'm producing, but allowing others to come in to make the work better.
Yeah.
So that taught me a lot about working with professional editors, which I love. Every project I do, I work with professional editors. So it helped me a lot. And probably within the last 6 months, I was supposed to come out with a collection about a year or two ago, and I got wrapped up in some film projects. So probably like 3 months ago, I just started free versing a couple of different poems. And within last week, I had a 30 collection poem ready, free verse called Deeper Than You Think.
Wow.
And it's really a free verse poetry where I just allowed myself to express periods of grief, gratitude, different outcomes that we expect in life, and understanding that we all need time. So within this collection, I'm a big dog parent. So we lost two of our dogs earlier this year.
Yeah.
So one of them, I try to do a creative project when we lose a pup. So this book actually has 3 poems that's for our latest 2 pups that passed away. And I created a whole short animated on another pup that passed away 2 years ago called Wallace. So I'm getting a little teary-eyed because that thing is. But it's one of those things to where I was so grateful to have professional and being introduced to professional editing that way, because even as an independent now, not on contract, I still follow that same format. To where I have a couple of editors that I will contact when I have a project ready, do that whole do that whole process, and then move forward the book. So I'm happy for this collection because I usually would never release a free verse, and I think for me this time is a great addition to do that, and just having an avenue and space, and it's really going to be about just healing and grieving, and that's why it's titled "It Deeper Than You Think."
Now,
go from there. Yeah.
You're speaking a lot about this healing and this
Absolutely.
grieving period. You are such a big mental health advocate.
Oh, yeah.
So talk to us about that side of you and your company.
Yeah, absolutely. I had the pleasure of being in the fields of mental health for about 25 years. This year makes 25 years, and I worked in a lot of different capacities from currently right now I work at Mars as a clinical supervisor. So I work at Mid-Atlantic Rehabilitation Service in Lehigh Valley. It's an outpatient drug and alcohol treatment program. I supervise some clinicians. I work on the marketing team and also help with the agency, whatever needs that we have. And we promote healing and togetherness, and working collaboratively with people to get to your goals. And I started my mental health journey, I was in my 20s when I first got my career job. That's so funny because I'm from New York, and I was working at Old Navy on 34th Street.
Yeah.
And I was one of those, I was in the mood. Mesh bags, woohoo, let's go get those, open up those credit cards. I was that guy. And I got promoted to lead. And literally, when I got promoted to supervisor, I got my first offer to start my first mental health job.
Yeah.
So I had to turn down the supervisor job at Old Navy and took that career. And it's been good. I learned a lot about myself, believe it or not. Learning about mental health and not just about diagnosing people, just understanding emotions and feelings.
Yeah.
Understanding why I do certain things I do after certain behaviors. I also learned, just for me, when I get silent, that is very loud. And what I mean by that is that sometimes when we as people get silent, that could be a time where we're either going through a sadness, a depression.
Yeah.
We might have lost somebody or lost something that meant value to us. So we go silent. And sometimes people around you don't even realize it because your personality could still be bubbly enough, but you're quiet. And I think that helped me recognize and understand people.
Yeah.
And then that way I understood how to address and talk with people. So I can come into an area very bubbly and, in my personality, and then somebody sit down and be a minute and I get very monotone. Hey, how are you feeling today? And they're like, oh my God, he just switched up.
Yeah.
But I created, you could sense, even just now, you can sense the change in the environment.
Right.
To where it comes down, my tonality changed because now I'm in a healing session to kind of say like, hey, what's going on? What's happened to you? So that's the part I admire about mental health. And it's funny that someone asked me a couple of years ago to say, what happens if your creative arts take off and you go further in that career and it goes off, or would you leave mental health and do all that stuff?
No,
Period.
you
I said
wouldn't.
no. I said I probably would still work at an agency or still work a day or two somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because I think one of the gifts God gave me was act of service, and I want to fulfill that act of service.
This is a very safe space, so I feel like I can open up about this. I've
Sure.
been in therapy since I was 7 years old.
Yeah.
And I recommend it to anybody. It is like a third party. It's like they can't judge you. Like they could
Right.
give you advice, obviously, but like, if you tell them, hey, I did this or I killed somebody, it's like, well, they have to help you with that.
Yeah. Yep.
I also I love talking to people and opening up. And this room, this is my healing. Like
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
coming in
Believe it or not,
here.
yes, it is.
And I just love it. So you really made me sit back today and stop and think about my healing journey and
Yeah.
my process. And
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you where
Thank
you
you.
are on your healing process in your career. I want to turn it back now to
Sure.
your company is S14 Entertainment.
Yes.
You told me a teaser when we were not rolling. I said, well, that date is very specific. And you were like,
Yes.
well, it does have meaning. So I want to learn the meaning. Tell me about it.
So S14 Entertainment actually stands for, and the meaning behind it is October 2014. It's the month and the year that my writing went professionally.
Wow.
So that's, and I wanted to name it that way. And that's when we're talking about that passion and keep going. That's one of the things in that name that keeps me going, because it reminds me that was the month and year my writing went professionally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like my starting point. And that's my go-to when I'm in my sad place.
And that date keeps you grounded and
Yep.
like eye on the prize. I love that.
I know. I get a lot of reactions when people when they ask, "What is OC14?" And that's how they ask too. What is OC14? And I love that because it gets me into that space, and I usually always get that same reaction.
I love it. I love it. Don't ask me when On the Red Carpet launched. June. I could tell you that. See, I'm really bad. Like, I remember the bad dates. Like, I have a tattoo dedicated to my grandfather
Love
who
it.
passed away. But on this shoulder, it's a scorpion with a cardinal, because my grandfather, when he was in the army, he got a scorpion. So that's why mine's on this shoulder.
Love it,
And
love it.
across from it is his death date that became my angel number, because now I see that angel number everywhere. And I'm like, hey, Dave, what did I do today that ticked you off? Remind everybody, I don't want to be wrapping up, but we're going to
No,
have
please.
to. Remind everybody one last time about all of your projects
Yeah.
and where we can get your poetry book.
Absolutely, absolutely. So right now we're currently on, we're filming the Steve Brodsky Living in Allentown biopic. We're on break because of the holidays, so we start our phase 2 filming the top of spring. So looking forward to doing that until like probably the beginning of summer, and then that film will get wrapped up. And that Silent Scream anti-bullying documentary, my portion is getting filmed on December 19th in Allentown. We're actually filming it at Between the Lines Studio Theater down there. Very great supporters. They are with me. So that project is great. And Deeper Than You Think should be released. I'm hoping a January release. I'm going through all the final edits now. So hopefully that will be released, and then we'll do some promotional runs with that. And I actually have a romantic comedy after that. So just a couple of things. A couple of things I still didn't write. COVID did good for me. I wrote 9 scripts during COVID.
Wow.
Yeah. So I got projects that keep
I was
going
eating
on.
during COVID. I was eating.
But I'm looking forward to those particular projects. I'm looking forward to connecting with the film crew and everybody that I've been working with collaboratively, and Mr. Paul Davis for introducing
Shout
me
out
to the
to
red
Paul,
carpet.
2822 News photographer Paul. I would
definitely.
not have had Michael on if Paul wasn't like, hey, you have this guy, he needs to be on. And I was like, let's go.
Yeah, so I'm grateful for that, and I'm just grateful for just being able to create and continuing to create and doing two loves I love. I actually have an event I do called Arts and Care in Lehigh Valley. It's my 3rd year, going on 4th year this year, and it's an event to where I merge my two worlds together, arts and wellness.
Beautiful.
And mental health. So I have presenters, I have performers, so it's a good thing. And the last year we did, well, this past August we did recovery and movement. So next year, this 2026, I'm looking forward to a couple of events there.
I'm so looking forward to having you back on. Really quick before we
Sure.
wrap up, a dream on your career bucket list.
Awesome. Yeah, I do want to say you can actually look me up at www.ok14entertainment.com. And Michael
the
B.
socials.
Juckins on all the socials. You can look out for me. I will accept it, okay? I will press accept.
I love it. I love it.
What's on my dream?
Yeah, give me your dream career bucket list before we go.
Oh, man, believe it or not, this might sound weird. I have a lot of them. But, one of the things I always tell myself, if I could wake up every day, and I'm doing it a little bit, I'm going to that point, is in my head, because I have so many floating ideas, is to be a story producer. So that's my ideal thing. And I always said my last career is going to be a CDL truck driver. So
Oh, boy. Oh, wow.
just to have the access across country, but definitely a story producer, and I definitely want to continue to be a healer. So that's where my dream jobs are.
You're doing just that. This was amazing. Michael,
you.
you have to come back
Oh, yes,
on.
anytime.
Have to. Guys, as for me, Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, 2 to 3 p.m. weekdays. Who wouldn't want to see this face and all my wonderful guests? Joey, you know what to do. Hit that outro.
And the school was not targeted. Classes went on as scheduled after the superintendent informed parents of that gunfire. An investigation is underway. Smaznik awaits his preliminary hearing. We now know what caused a fire that chased more than a dozen people from their home a week before Christmas. The chief
there on the backside as these temperatures will be dropping through the day. In Wilkes-Barre, we are
holiday season.
The magic of the holidays return to the stage as a beloved local nutcracker, powered by young dancers and community spirit, swirls into performances tonight and this weekend.
And before they take off with Santa next week, Tamanique paid a visit to a local reindeer farm to see how the stars of Christmas are training for the biggest trip of the year. PA Live starts right now.
I've got my local on. It's where I come from and where I belong. I've got my local on.
Good afternoon and welcome to the area's only lifestyle program, PA Live. I'm Tamanique Blackwell.
And I'm Chris Bohinski. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Mr. Sick Man. You've been gone for 2 days. I've been kicking it on this couch by myself.
Listen, I returned and now I brought this big storm that everyone...
Yeah, but you also brought the nice weather at first before we got to that storm.
I understand. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you're tuning in from right now, but right here in Wilkes-Barre, about a half hour or so ago, we got...
a weather alert.
I don't want to say hail, sleet, because I don't know the exact terms with what we exactly had, but it was something.
One of our reporters walked in and was like, oh, it's nuts outside.
That's what we'll say. It's nuts outside.
It's nuts outside.
So stay safe. And also what's nuts is what people are talking about online. Actually, the nut is at the end of our show, but you'll just remember that it's not in the beginning. The final countdown is on for the 2026 Milano Cortina Winter Olympics in Italy. They kick off February 6th right here on WBRE. The upscale winter resort of Cortina d'Ampezzo is the Dolomite, which will host the women's alpine skiing, curling, bobsled, luge, and skeleton. Now, just like Milan, Cortina will have its own Olympic flame in a cauldron in the center of town, and their mayor actually calls the Olympics this year a rebirth since the games were held there back in 1956.
If you guys didn't know, my family and I literally went to Milan over Thanksgiving break, and you saw the Olympic rings downtown.
Cool.
It was so cool to be able to see those. But what you're gonna need if you're gonna go to Italy and Milan is the Powerball money, the jackpot. This is your quick reminder that you can still become a millionaire. The Powerball jackpot in record territory. Once again, the top prize has climbed to an estimated $1.5 billion for tomorrow's night's drawing. That's the 5th largest in the game's history. The estimated cash value is more than $686 million. So if you ain't played your numbers yet, as my grandma say, you better go play your numbers.
Well, someone who didn't play their numbers and needed money was this guy. So he tried to steal a plane.
Wild.
In California. Now, police say that the man broke into a hangar, started a small plane, and began to roll away. Well, he managed to damage the plane, the hangar, and a Porsche, and only made it about 60 feet before his unfortunate crash. The suspect ran, but of course was caught and charged with theft of an aircraft. And here's the kicker. He does not know how to fly a plane.
I was about to literally ask you, does he know how to even fly that plane?
Can you imagine? It's like, let me steal a plane, but I don't know how to fly it.
You know what's even crazier? This guy that I went to college with my first semester,
what?
like 2 years ago.
Is that him?
No, it came out that he tried to steal a plane.
What?
In Cleveland, Ohio. I swear, I'm not going to say his name, but we were all like, my college friends and I were texting each other like, did you see this? This is so-and-so from our freshman year. We could not believe it. You never know what people want to do in their life. That is not where I thought this conversation was going to go to. It was crazy.
This is spilling the tea with Tamanique Blackwell today. Anything else you want to out?
I don't know yet. We'll see as Friday continues.
Well, listen, we have a big shout out. Ensign Stan Zaneski, a Luzerne County native, serves aboard the USS George H.W. Bush. Now, that is a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier based in Norfolk, Virginia. He's a 27 graduate of Wyoming Seminary here under Baptist and Design in 2021 and an MBA focused on entertainment media management in 2022 from Ithaca College. He credits his close-knit hometown right here in NEPA and his father's community involvement for shaping his work ethic and communication skills. He says those values translate directly to the Navy, where teamwork, clear communication, and connecting with people from diverse backgrounds are essential to mission success.
That is so remarkable.
Love the pup too.
That was cute.
And actually, his mom has been on the show before.
Really?
His mom
She's gonna have
is,
to come back.
I believe, a former Miss Pennsylvania.
Oh, she definitely got to come back because now I want to hear about
And
her
her
experience.
daughter was also a pageant queen.
I'm
Yeah.
into the pageant world, so she's gonna have to come back so we can chit chat.
Okay, they can teach you.
How to be. I used to have the wave down. I
think
was in a
it's,
pageant when I was younger.
Screw the light bulb, show off the pearls, right?
What?
I believe it's the light bulb pearls.
Screw off. Wait.
Screw on the
off
light bulb and then show off the pearls.
Hello. We finna perfect that. We finna perfect that.
Someone who may know is the person that you're putting into our Remarkable Women contest. Remember, nominations close today. So this is your last chance to nominate someone remarkable in your life. You stick around at home, we're gonna have remarkable nut cracking right after the commercial.
Avenue. I've got my local on.
The magic of the holidays is tiptoeing back on stage. For 42 years, this beloved Nutcracker has sparkled with the talent of local dancers ages 5 to 18, proving that the real magic is made right here in our community. They're twirling into the season this evening and this weekend.
We're so excited because Ella Dunleavy is about to perform the Merlitons dance from the Nutcracker, and then we'll talk with some of the cast that open tonight, literally in hours. So Ella, take it away.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Ella, that was wonderful. But talk about a final dress rehearsal right before
before the show.
your performance. Okay, let's start with Ava. Ava, talk to us about the Nutcracker for maybe someone who's never seen it before. What can we expect if we come tonight, tomorrow, or Sunday?
So if you've never seen it, there's sort of two parts to it. So the first part is a party with Clara's family, and then eventually the party ends, and then Clara goes to sleep, but first she comes down sort of into the living room to look for her Nutcracker. So then all the mice come out because they want to fight with the Nutcracker. So the fight goes on, and the Nutcracker comes to life, and they win the fight against the mice, and then they go off into the land of the snow, and then they go into the land of the sweets, and then Clara and the Nutcracker watch them dance.
And we see some images on our screen right now. The company is more than the four folks that we see represented here. So Ella, talk to us about the rehearsal process. How long does something like this take?
So for the rehearsal processes, there's many ways that you have to practice. You have to warm up before you dance, learn your dance, and go over it. Usually after our rehearsals, we all sit down and we go over all our notes, which the teachers give us. And the rehearsals could be anywhere up to almost 5 hours.
Whoa.
Which is really long on the weekends.
That's like 5 PA lives.
Yeah, I didn't think you was gonna say that.
And this is the Ballet Conservatory at Wilkes University?
Yeah, it is. It's a wonderful experience here, and everybody here is so loving, and it's just an amazing place to dance.
Oh, it sounds fun.
We love that. Now you are Charlotte Smith. We have two Charlottes. Can you believe it on the show today? So Charlotte Smith, talk to us about your character or characters.
I am Fritz, the little naughty, mischievous brother of Clara. And during party scene, I kind of while Clara's doing all of her turns, I spin her out of them, and I get in a bunch of trouble because I'm mischievous.
How much fun have you been having getting everyone in trouble?
Oh, I've been having a lot of fun.
I can
love
tell
my
by the
role.
smile on your face.
I was going to say, are you in character right now, or is this Charlotte?
I think they're the same.
Yeah.
I think they're the same person.
I love my role. It's super fun to be mischievous, and yeah.
I love it. And Char Char, right?
I love that
Or is
name.
it Char Char?
Char Char.
Char
Who do you play?
I'm Chinese in the Nutcracker.
Is that the only character that you do for the entire time?
I'm one of Claire's friends. I'm soldiers in Chinese.
What's been your favorite part about being a part of this year's Nutcracker?
Claire's friends.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we can all go to the Dorothy Dixon Dart Center starting tonight, but also through the weekend. You can get your ticket right at the door. They're $20. You can also get them online. And yeah, we have 3 opportunities to come and see such a beloved show and really get us into the big Christmas season. So, ladies, we so appreciate you all joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Merry Christmas to everyone. You all stick around at home. More at the show when we return.
I've got my local on.
Get ready to glide into excitement with the Disney on Ice presents Jump In Sweepstakes. You and your family could score a 4-pack of opening night tickets at the Mohegan Arena at Casey Plaza. Imagine the sparkle, the music, and the magic all happening live right before your eyes. Don't miss your chance to make unforgettable memories with the characters you love. Jump in and enter today at 2822news.com. Your magical adventure awaits. And speaking of magical cheer, they're spreading holiday cheer all around the Spruce Ridge Reindeer Farm. Take a magical trip through the winter trails, get up close with the most enchanting reindeer, and soak in all of the festive sights and sounds of the holidays. There's truly nothing like this to get you into the holiday spirit. Tamanique took a trip there earlier this week. Let's check it out.
We're hanging out at Spruce Ridge Reindeer Farm in the freezing cold, but we're getting in the holiday spirit with Cassandra. Thank you for letting us come visit you today.
You are most welcome. Welcome to the most Arctic experience you're going to find.
So tell me about your reindeer farm.
So we are located in the Poconos. We are in Albrightsville, PA, Spruce Ridge Reindeer. I am Cassandra, the reindeer magic lady, and I teasingly tell people it's all my fault, right? We have 11 reindeer here, and we travel throughout the holiday season, so we might be somewhere near you, but we're also open here at the farm almost all year round. We're going to close mid to end of February. We'll open back up mid-April, just in time for babies, so don't forget about our reindeer in the summer.
So who is this that we have here with us today?
This is Little Star. She's a 3-year-old female. She is, again, one of our herd members here at the farm. Yep.
And what do they eat? Because there's some food back here, but a little bit earlier ago, I seen them nibbling on the ground. But what are they nibbling on? Because it's just snow right here.
That's true. They love eating the snow, and that's how they're going to hydrate themselves in the Arctic, because that's where they naturally come from. Yeah, they love to eat the snow. We do have a supplemental feed here for the reindeer. We actually worked with the University of Alaska Fairbanks and the Reindeer Research Program to develop that for them to make sure they get all the right nutrition at the right time of the year. We also offset that with different foraging materials throughout the time of year as well.
So say I'm a little kitty out watching this, and I know Santa's reindeer is going to come visit me. Is there anything that I should specifically set out for Santa's reindeer?
Well, I tell everybody to set out oatmeal raisin cookies because because both the reindeer and Santa can eat those.
Okay.
Right? Oats and raisins.
I've always heard carrots when I was younger. They were telling me carrots.
Right. So I have one reindeer. I have had one in the past. She would eat 5 pounds of carrots a day if you let her, and she knew they were in your pockets.
Oh
but
my.
most of our reindeer won't eat the carrots. So oatmeal raisin cookies is what I would suggest. Or peppermints. They really like peppermints.
Yeah. So how do we book a tour here to come see Star and all of the other reindeer that you guys have?
SpruceRidgeReindeer.com. We do recommend that you check to see if we have availabilities because this season is very full. But you can find your tickets there if you book by date. You can see which tours are available, how much they are, and the information on them.
Well, thanks again for letting us hang out with you guys today.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
about it every day.
I say it every Friday.
Oh my God.
Mark Hiller is here. It is my favorite time because Mark Hiller is here.
And I laugh every Friday when
And
you do
it's
that
the holiday
introduction.
season, so it's double the dose of fun on Fridays. Here's So You Kid is one of our favorites around here. A great way that 2822 puts NEPA's children first. And like I said, my friend Mark Hiller joins us with more. Who are we highlighting this week?
Oh, we're not one, not two. Try 24.
Hello.
Right? Today's Here's So You Kid preview is about an annual program. It brings students' creativity to roadside billboards. You've probably seen them.
Oh, wow.
Dozens of the more than 1,200 Lackawanna County students who participated in this art program with the sobering message were honored this week in Scranton. Some 24 posters that won first place or honorable mention were chosen to become billboards, and you're going to see these roadside in Lackawanna County.
That's cool.
I know, right? Their artwork discourages drug use and drinking and driving and encourages celebrating sober, especially when you're behind the wheel. The Lackawanna County District Attorney's Office works in conjunction with the Lackawanna Susquehanna Office of Drug and Alcohol Programs to encourage students to design these signs with a serious message for safety's sake. And the message is, as you know, especially important this time of year when there are more parties and more people celebrating, but really this message holds up any time of year, all right? So
These are so good.
right? How do you choose? And they have more than 1,200 submissions.
Wow. You know what I like about this? Nothing against digital art when people make stuff on computers or tablets.
Yes.
But these all look
Grab
like
your attention.
they're hand drawn. You know, they're made with markers and colored pencils and pen. So I don't know. I kind of, it takes me back to the contests that we used to enter when we were in school.
So if I could do one now, right? I would use this as my background right
Oh
here.
my
Can you see that? And say, drink sober or we'll sock it to you.
Hello, I like to put it on a t-shirt. And it matches his
I'll
tie.
pay to clean your table.
I'm trying to think of something witty to say back.
I'm trying to go witty.
So if
What
we're
is
talking
it?
about shoes and socks.
I'm trying to do mine with stay sober.
Oh.
Nah, that wasn't gonna make no sense. Stay sober,
Sober
and
Stay sober, let Rover come over.
like that game.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Breaking
Or
through
the
the
police
arcades.
will come over.
There it is.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like your shoelaces, like
Okay.
lace up before you have to like put on the jumpsuit in prison.
Like lace up before you suit up.
Yeah. But what does that have to do with drinking?
Lace
It just
up.
goes off of the shoes.
No, sober up before you have to suit up. There you go. There you go.
And it'll be Mark Hiller's sock.
It'd be a prison jumpsuit, yes.
Okay, so we can watch that on Monday.
Thanks for bringing that up. Monday at 4, yes.
And
big
also,
debut.
we can watch you in about a half an hour right here on WBRE with First at 4.
Be there or be square.
Awesome, Mark. We so appreciate you joining us.
Great to see you guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. You all stick around at home. Commercial up, and we'll see you right after this socking break. More with the show when we return.
500,000 dogs don't make it out of shelters every year. That's why 6 order makers and about 20 journalists decided that doing nothing just wasn't acceptable.
That number is the backdrop for this story. When shelters freeze and space runs out, survival comes down to movement.
So I'm joining those 6 order makers and 20 journalists along with 20 rescue dogs who are making their way 2,000 miles across the country to safety.
This is Operation Frodo, a cross-country rescue, moving dogs out of high-risk situations in the Midwest into safety in the West.
Now, we're using vehicles like the Toyota Sienna, the Kia Carnival, and the Chrysler Pacifica.
It started early on a cold Sunday morning at a PetSmart in Omaha, Nebraska, the kind of cold that shuts shelters down and speeds up the clocks.
Now, the VW Atlas has a wide rear load-in and strong climate controls, which I can tell you matters when transporting dogs more than trim levels.
Volunteers moved fast, crates, foods, blankets, and medical supplies, thousands of dollars in donations loaded before fingers went numb.
Now, this Ineos Grenadier has strong four-wheel drive and great weather capability.
Dogs from high-risk situations, not convenience.
Now this Subaru Forester's all-wheel drive, along with its compact size, shines in the snow, unlike me, who's still a bit of a liability on the ice.
A 3-month-old puppy named Dolly riding west quietly, unaware she was about to hijack the entire story.
Now Dolly's destination is Sandy, Oregon, which is oddly specific for a puppy that has no idea of what's happening.
Back home, a 10-year-old boy named Cooper had been asking his parents for a dog for what felt like forever.
Now Cooper thought he was helping with a TV segment, but unfortunately the kid had no chance.
Well, Dolly was a dog that we had negotiated for a while, and somebody doesn't know what's going to happen to Dolly. In fact, Cooper's been asking us all day what's going to happen to Dolly. Well, Cooper, Santa's coming early this year. You get Dolly. She's your Christmas present. Dogs are safe, volunteers exhausted, and vehicles parked.
I'm Nick Miles, and I love my job.
Nation.
The holidays.
I'm out of breath.
Never tasted this dreamy, spiced gingerbread, creamy ice cream, and a swirl of sweetness come together in one glass. Take a look at that. One sip and you'll swear Santa himself approved this.
Clock it.
We're showing you how to make gingerbread milkshakes using Santa's milk. Now, may you ask, what's Santa's milk? It's this. It's limited edition. It's a pint of classic real dairy whole milk from Dairy Pure, coming straight to you from the North Pole.
So you gotta call Santa to get the milk. It has 8 grams of protein. He's selling it to you for $1.50.
And if you're wondering what makes Santa's milk,
It comes from the North Pole.
and it's just in a special package.
Stop! It comes from the North Pole. You're gonna take it.
Okay, take it away, Elf.
Okay, so this is my portable
blender.
Blender.
Are we playing like password? fill in the blank.
So we're gonna get some scoops of vanilla ice cream. Why are you laughing? I made this last year and it was so good.
Oh, did you really?
Yes, that was my picture that I took a picture of. That was my glass.
Oh, wow.
This is the Tamanique recipe using Santa's milk. Oh, scooping ice cream is not that fun.
Okay. Let's see.
We gotta make enough for 2 people.
Well, what is your favorite thing about the holidays, Tamanique?
What is my favorite thing about the holidays? Well,
do you need help scooping that? It's like you're
struggling.
Scooping into
My
like rock.
favorite thing about the holidays, honestly, I get to go home and bother my family.
Nice. Oh, I almost put it in the
When
cup.
you see my scoops.
How much more? Is that enough?
Maybe like one more.
What is the recipe, by the way?
Okay, so vanilla bean ice cream specifically, do not get regular vanilla ice
Really?
cream. Just do vanilla bean. Vanilla bean tastes so much better. We're gonna do milk. Today we're using Santa's milk. Why are you laughing? Chris is making me laugh. You like yours thick?
Yes.
Okay, so only a little bit of milk. And then to make it extra creamy, I do a little bit of heavy whipping cream.
Really? Okay.
I'm a chef over here, boy.
This is all so colorful.
Then we're gonna take our Veryvera Jolly Gingerbread seasoning. This is what
What is Veryvera?
It was a company. It is a company. It is a company. But they sold like different fun spices. And so I brought their Jolly Gingerbread. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
And then, that's all for this part. That's all for this part. Then we're gonna turn this on. I made sure to charge it this morning. You saw my desk. I was charging it. And then we're gonna blend, blend, blend. Don't embarrass me on TV. There we go. Oh, we might need some more milk.
Is it too thick?
Oh no, there you go, there we go. Can they hear that? Can you guys hear that?
I think they can.
They blended?
They can definitely hear it.
So
I think we do need some more liquid.
You
But you're the chef, so I don't want.
You said you liked it thick.
Well, I like it thick, but I also like it blended.
So then pour a little bit more.
It's Santa's milk, and we need him to come this Christmas. This is just hopefully encouraging you to maybe make something you
Some
have
holiday fun.
never made in the past. You know, so many people just know gingerbread as in the cookies, and maybe you just make sugar cookies at home, or maybe you make gingerbread cookies. So if you already have the gingerbread,
let's just try it.
Are you serious?
The blender didn't blend the ice cream.
So I'm literally drinking
gingerbread
Santa's milk mixed with gingerbread spice.
You're welcome.
Just throw the whole chunk of ice cream in there.
And yours or mine?
I see it about to fall.
So put some in mine.
Oh my goodness.
Put some in mine.
Tamanique.
And
my goodness. A for effort.
If you were trying it for reals, you would put cinnamon on top.
Okay. Well, cheers.
Cheers with Santa's milk. Yours looks so much cuter than mine.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
To Chef Tamanique once again with a showstopper. With a showstopper.
This is fire, even though it's not fully blended. So
I'm drinking milk with spice.
Gingerbread spice.
Listen, there's a lot going on this weekend. Maybe you want to make a gingerbread milkshake.
Yeah.
Maybe you want something else with Gianna Gali.
I'm Gianna Gali, and here's what's going on. But first, take out your phone and scan that QR code you see right there to check out what's happening in our community. Well, friends, family, and caregivers are welcome to join a holiday festivity with some furry friends this weekend in Dalton. In a heated art barn this Friday from 10 to noon in Draloka and age-friendly Lackawanna will welcome people for cocoa, cookies, live holiday music, and so much more. There's also the opportunity to meet nearly 200 rescued farm animals. Well, why wait to cheers when Snow and Spirits Lounge is open at the Stegmeyer in Wilkes-Barre? The pop-up bar, open at 7 p.m., offers guests festive cocktails, seasonal small plates, and a cozy winter-themed atmosphere on the mansion's elegant third floor. It is the common crunch time to purchase those presents and wrap those gifts this holiday season. A holiday pop-up craft market at Alley Crafts in Kingston takes place Saturday and Sunday, December 20th and 21st from 10 to 3. Vendors inside will feature a boutique, the coffee shop, handmade books, jewelry, crystals, and holiday gifts. Find those details and other information at 2822news.com, plus our community calendar. I'm Gianna Gali. Enjoy all NEPA has to offer.
Wawa.
Coast to Coast Countdown 2026 brings the party straight to your living room with legendary brands. Here's a little preview at what's to come. Music is the soundtrack of our lives.
Oh, yes, it is, Nikki. You're sure to know every word to this year's Coast to Coast lineup.
Can someone explain the name to us?
Well, when we formed the band, half of the guys were unemployed and the other half that had jobs gave them up to form the band. And one of our friends, who was also unemployed, suggested the name UB40 because that's the identity card that you used to have when you were unemployed. And it was called a UB40 card, Unemployment Benefit Form 40. We just thought, well, that's good. And it turned out to be marketing genius because there were 3 million unemployed people who were instantly fans.
We were just rehearsing in an old shack, and we had fortified this building with rebar and 2x4s. The front door looked like a vault door. It was out in the middle of nowhere. After about 2 months, the cops around that area must have thought there was some wild parties going on. They came out and made a raid on the building one night. They were beating on the door, bullhorns and everything to come out. We're yelling through, we can't come out this door, we don't have the key. We had lost it, irresponsible, And then one of the guys said, like old West days, he was going to shoot the lock off or something. He said, I got a 38 special, will do the job for me or something. Well, we'll just call it 38 special for now, and then we'll come up with something better later.
Marshall Tucker is a man that just passed away a couple years ago. He was a piano tuner. He was a live band, line piano in Spartanburg, South Carolina. And the band rehearsed at his warehouse space. So his name was on the key, and that's how it became the Marshall Tucker Band.
Rick and I at the time were living in Philadelphia. It was probably about 1972 or 3. And we went to see the group Slade. They had this crazy image and all this stuff, and they glitter and platforms, and it was all this, and they were just doing all this crazy stuff, and it was like, they were great songs. But I said to Rick, I go, God, these guys are just using every cheap trick in the book. And he goes, hey, that'd be a cool band name.
Cue the confetti here. Are you going to be on your phone on New Year's Eve? Well,
Probably.
the apps this year can help you focus and even play. Rich DeMuro has more.
Every year, Apple and Google celebrate the apps making a difference, not just in downloads, but also in innovation. And this year, 2 apps made both lists for a mix of focus and fun.
Focus, growth, and good old-fashioned games. That's the trend in this year's best apps, according to Apple and Google.
Google Play's best everyday essential is Wiser. It's an app with books you can get through in about 15 minutes a day.
With a mix of reading and listening. It's $90 a year, but there's always one free book available daily.
Apple's App of the Year is a visual planner called Timo.
Originally built for the neurodivergent community, it works for anyone who wants to feel more organized. Feed it your calendar, routine, and to-do list. It breaks everything down into a color-coded timeline that makes the day feel more manageable. You can also log your mood and use timers to stay on track.
For motivation to put down your phone, Focus Friend made both lists this year, both Google for Android and Apple for iOS.
It's from popular YouTuber Hank Green. Your animated friend can only knit when you're not using your phone, so the more you step away, the more they work. It's a fun, cozy way to build better focus. Apple also awarded apps for cultural impact, including Art of Fauna. It's a relaxing puzzle game with scrambled animal photos and a calming soundtrack. Be My Eyes connects blind and low vision users with volunteers for virtual help and now uses AI to describe photos. For games, Google Play picked Candy Crush Solitaire as the best pick up and play. It's a fun, faster take on solitaire with a sweet theme.
Sugar Crush. I don't know what it is about the game, between the graphics, the candy, and the sounds and the coins. I've got a sweet tooth for it.
But the game that topped both lists is a new spin on a global favorite, Pokemon TCG Pocket. It brings the trading card game to your phone with collecting, trading, and battling right on your screen.
Now, I didn't expect this, but I've become quite a fan of that Candy Crush Solitaire. I think it's a combination of the fun soundtrack, easy gameplay, and of course, that sweet theme. Now, I'm going to put all of these award-winning apps on my website. Just go to richontech.tv for the links. And keep in mind, while some of these apps offer a paid plan, almost all of them offer a free level of use as well. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Turn up the volume and discover the sounds of NEPA. Joe's Jukebox brings you behind the scenes with the region's most talented musicians, from rising stars to local legends, featuring exclusive interviews and the stories that make our music scene truly unforgettable. Joining us now is the Jukebox master himself, Joe Nardone. Joe, thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me. Nice to be here.
It's a little strange to see you without an instrument in your hand.
Oh, well, yeah. So I do host the podcast, Joe's Jukebox. It's on 10:30 on Tuesdays on the CTV app and 2822 Now app for your smart TV. And I do play in a band myself, but I love having on other bands, other artists, usually from the NEPA area, but from all other places are welcome.
Where has your love of music come from?
Yeah, so it really stems, so this is Pucker Up. They're from Scranton, by the way. They're really cool girls in Tanner from the scene, Demi and Shug. But my love for music, it runs in the family. I'm Joe Nardone III. My grandfather's Joe Nardone from the Gallery of Sound, same with my father. And my love for music has been in my blood.
Your whole life?
Yeah, I've been playing the piano since I was 6 years old. I've been playing guitar since I was 13.
Wow.
Been playing in bands in the area since I was 16, so I really love it.
This is crazy. Where is this at?
This is at the Triangle Club in Miners Mills, Wilkes-Barre. That's a band called Haywire doing a tribute to a band called Title Fight, who's from the area. They're from Kingston. And they are the biggest hardcore band that came out of our scene. And the hardcore scene is really tight-knit, and they do things like this all the time. And there's crowd surfing. These are our friends in Foch. And
what would you say to someone who's watching and thinking, well, Joe, these bands really aren't vibrant. You know, maybe they only know the same 2 bands that play at their favorite bar on a Friday night.
Yeah, I think I was actually talking to somebody who was also on POI before, Brendan Michael Smith, and he was saying that the central and northeastern Pennsylvania music scene is so unique, and there's so many bands, and they're all so talented. And you can go to New Orleans, you can go to New York, and you'll find similar types of scenes. There are so many places to play here. There are people doing shows every weekend. Like we were talking about it. In December, there's at least 8 different shows going on just in December in our local scene. And whether that's a hardcore show, an indie rock show, an acoustic show, a country, it could be any sort of genre you're looking for, whether it's the Jazz Cafe or a Doug's Boardroom or the Triangle Club in Miners Mills. There's something for everybody in this scene.
I'm going to put you on the spot really quick. Top 3 artists of all time.
All time? Okay. Pine Grove, Modest Mouse, and probably maybe Title Fight, because they
were in the video.
NEPA scene, yeah.
I love that. When are you going to have your grandfather on the show?
Yeah, so I want to have my grandfather on the show. Hopefully he's the next guest lined up. So, Papa, we're looking at you.
Don't cancel on
You have his phone number and you know where he lives.
Yeah, you're going to be the next one on the show. So,
well, that'll be exciting. Well, thanks again for joining us, and I know we can follow the show on social media, and you can also find it on, like he said, the CTV app and 2822 Now. So we appreciate you joining us.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Tamanique.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and also too, remember that we are still in our 12 days of streaming, so that means that you can win $1,500 in groceries from SureSave by just going to download the 2822 Now app. It's totally free, and it's on all of those smart TVs. And while you're there, you can also watch things like Paula's Parenting Playbook. And if you saw yesterday her preview on PA Live, she was talking about the toddlers
So
and
cute.
the new tumbling gym in Lackawanna County. So let's take a look.
From handstands to pull-ups to tumbling, kids aged 2 to 6 who attend gymnastics classes at USA Tiny Tumblers in South Abington Township are learning how to achieve small developmental milestones.
Belly up. Go, go. Keep going.
Amelia McCormick, a former gymnast, was inspired to open this business after the birth of her son, Ethan.
We did music classes, which were fun, but I wanted something to help him move, build on his strength. And when I realized that there wasn't anything available, I decided to open USA Tiny Tumblers here in South Abington and offer it to all of the kids in our community.
The gym features a circuit of floor activities, each one challenging the kids' abilities, while progressively building on those skills each month.
We teach them how to do handstands and cartwheels, but again, we do it in such a fun way and engaging way that it doesn't seem like it, but they're getting so much stronger, and it's amazing watching them from the beginning of one month to the end of the same month. Just how far they've come is incredible.
In addition to traditional gymnastics equipment, USA Tiny Tumblers also incorporates tumbling and balance activities. Together, these help build strength and coordination, all while having fun.
Eugenia DePetro of South Abington Township brings her 4-year-old son Anthony weekly for a 50-minute class. She says Anthony has not only grown stronger physically, but has also become more confident and independent with noticeable improvements in his cognitive development as well.
I could tell he's speaking clearly, he's taking direction very well, and also taking direction from like people other than me or my husband. So I think that all of it together really is like a bundle of benefits. Also the social aspect, being with peers, learning to play, interact, wait your turn, paying attention to what the teachers say.
And those students who go above and beyond are celebrated with special recognition on the high five wall.
If there's something they've been working on and they're really scared and all of a sudden they get really brave and they accomplish it, we want to give them extra recognition. So those are our students that have received high fives. Wisdom, courage, humanity, justice, and athleticism. So this is what we base our high fives from.
Reporting for Paula's Parenting Playbook, I'm Paula Giangiacomo, 2822 News.
Taminique, before, remember when I said it's going to be a nuts show?
This is the nuts.
Yes. Here's a job that's worth going nuts over. The folks at Planters Nuts are looking for peanutters to join their team to drive around the country in that peanut-shaped Nutmobile. Each year, the Nutmobile takes to the streets to act as a rolling public relations firm on wheels, generating millions of media and social media impressions along the way. And a few years ago, I went over
I thought you were going to say you were in it.
Well, I was outside of it. It came to Kirby Park, right across the street here from 2022 News.
This reminds me of the Wiener car that drives around as well.
Yeah, that's been here too.
I've seen that one on our way to Chicago.
That one we have done a PA Live episode. Show.
Inside?
What, live?
We tell them to bring it back.
The hot doggers. They're called hot doggers.
Or we're going to arrest them. You like my switch there?
Oh, what a segue.
For the past week.
You know a segue just like you know a blender.
Texas residents have been keeping an eye out for a familiar green troublemaker. Social media buzzed with the sightings of the Grinch around town.
Not Elphaba, though.
And those posts quickly caught the attention of law enforcement. That online attention soon turned into action, and it didn't take long for deputies to track my man. They put him in the squad car.
Oh, look at that. I know they. I'm glad. Hey, kids, the Grinch is arrested.
Is this milk?
What?
That was in my hair? I think it was milk from earlier.
Well, stay tuned for First at 4.
#2822 News First at 4 starts right now.
Good afternoon, I'm Mark Hiller. We are under a weather alert today with the potential for strong wind and heavy rain. We even saw some sleet this afternoon. Let's get right to future alert meteorologist Valerie Smock, who's in for Josh. How about it, Valerie?
Yes, it's been a bit of a wild ride today. We started off with some rain. Things are slowly starting to transition over to just some snow showers, but we had heavy rain. Like it said, we had some sleet, we had thunder, we even had some power outages. Right now, what is left behind is some rain and snow shower activity. Let's just point out, in parts of Carbon and Monroe County, we had a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the type of day that we have going on. As we take that closer look, especially across the northern tier, you're seeing that transition. While much of Wayne County is still dealing with just some rain, you've got some snow back to the west, even some wet snowflakes around Falls and upwards near Clifford. Now, when you look outside, you will see obviously we've had some cloud cover today, but you also have seen a few peaks of sunshine. In the wide view, though, we're not done. We do still have more snow in the area left to make its way to the ground. In downtown Wilkes-Barre, we have more clouds than anything, but temperatures right now are already dropping. We hit our high earlier today. It's 36 now, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, 31 Montrose and Williamsport, 32 into Pottsville. Temperatures are down compared to yesterday at this time. I'll let you know how cold it's expected to get tonight, coming up here in just a few.
We will check in then, Valerie. Thanks. 2 local police departments are set to regionalize at the start of the new year. A familiar face in law enforcement will head that department. 2822's Joe Mason is live in Larksville to explain what this means for the communities these departments serve. Joe.
Well, good evening. You guys were talking about potential wind gusts. There's no shortage of them here in Larksville. I can tell you that from experience. But let's get back to business. It's official now. Larksville Police and Edwardsville Police are now combining as one. That'll be the West Side Regional Police Department come the start of the new year. Let's tell you a little bit more about it. Now, that department, as we said, starts on January 1st. Current Wilkes-Barre Police Chief Joseph Coffey will step down from that role and serve as chief of the new department. Its headquarters will sit on the site of St. Anthony's Church in Larksville, where I am right now. West Side Regional Police Chairman John Soprano says this is both a strategic and convenient location.
Right on the border of Edwardsville and Larksville. It's right in the community. It'll really make that a nice area in that section of town.
Now the plan is for the church behind me and the bingo hall also behind me to be torn down to pave way for this new headquarters. But when it comes to time frames on the new headquarters, we're not entirely sure when it'll go up. We'll be sure to update you when we know. Reporting in Larksville, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
And one of the largest cities now, Wilkes-Barre in northeastern Pennsylvania, in the lurch, looking for a new chief. Joe, thanks. Local authorities are weighing the potential impact of marijuana being reclassified as a less dangerous drug. President Trump signed an executive order Thursday that shifts marijuana from a Schedule 1 drug like heroin to a Schedule 3 substance like ketamine. The change does not legalize recreational use nationwide, but it may alter regulations and the drug being taxed, as well as expand its medical research. While some law enforcement see benefits, they are also concerned this may lead to legalizing recreational marijuana in Pennsylvania.
If we legalize recreational marijuana, mark my words, we will lose an entire generation to malaise, to getting high, to no motivation, to accidents in the workplace, to impaired driving accidents, to emergency room admissions.
40 states have legalized medical marijuana, including Pennsylvania, and 24 states allow recreational use, but not the Keystone State. And that takes us to our 2822 Instapoll question of the day. Do you support marijuana being reclassified as a Schedule 3 substance? The voting overwhelmingly is yes, but is that your opinion? Remember, you can vote on our Instapoll by scanning the QR code on your screen or on 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on our app. And then make sure you head to our Facebook page. Tell us why you voted the way you did. You might even see your comments here on 2822 News. A Luzerne County man is headed to prison for accidentally killing his friend. 20-year-old Michael Cron Jr. will serve up to 2 years in jail for the shooting death of 17-year-old Hunter Sipple. The victim was shot in September 2024 at Cron's home in Nanticoke. Sipple later died at the hospital. Police say the teens were handling guns in the living room when the one Cron was holding discharged, shooting Sipple in the chest. A Kingston man is accused of firing a gun near a local school. We checked out the scene this morning near Wyoming Valley West Middle School in Kingston. Police responded around 1 this morning to Chester Street and Wright Avenue. They later tracked down the suspected gunman, 19-year-old Xavier Smazanuk. He now faces several charges, including firearms not to be carried without a license, recklessly endangering another person, and propulsion of missiles. A heavy highway traffic area is open again after years of construction. PennDOT showing us the proof in this video that the twin bridges at the I-84-380 split in Dunmore reopened Thursday ahead of schedule. The project started in 2020. Now that the twin bridges are open, full focus will shift to fixing up the abandoned Erie and Wyoming Railroad Bridge to become part of the Lackawanna County Trail Corridor. Crews should complete that project for next summer. The Green Ridge Street Bridge in Scranton is now reopened. The nearly $20 million project to replace the old bridge began last year and resulted in a temporary bridge for traffic until last night. Work will continue through the new year to install new curbs, sidewalks, drainage systems, and traffic signals on the north side of the road. That portion of the project is expected to be completed next fall. Hundreds and hundreds of local kids who might not otherwise get a bicycle for Christmas are getting one thanks to an annual drive. The Scranton School District is among the districts picking up donated bikes from a warehouse near Pittston. State Senator Marty Flynn of Scranton is teaming up once again with the nonprofit All About the Kids Bicycles to distribute these bikes. This started with 2,000 bikes a week ago, about double from last year. Several hundred remained when we checked this morning.
In the summertime, people say, are we even giving bikes out? Are kids even riding the bikes? But yet, we see it on a daily basis when the summertime comes. So it's a drive that keeps us going. The drive is you have a community that's hurting, and we want to do our best to help out.
Senator Flynn sent us a statement saying, quote, getting these bikes out in time for Christmas means a lot, and it's special knowing some kids will wake up Christmas morning with a bike of their own. The bikes are being distributed across Flynn's 22nd Senate District that makes up parts of Lackawanna and Luzerne counties. How's this for an early Christmas present? Many Pennsylvanians will soon get some extra cash in their pockets. The state treasury has mailed nearly 100,000 checks as part of the state's new Money Match program. It returns unclaimed cash to residents. Officials say more than 1 in 10 Pennsylvanians is owed some of the money, with average payouts topping $1,000. This latest round of checks totals more than $22 million. Many are out shopping for their holiday feast less than a week before Christmas. 2822 News stopped by Leonard's Kielbasa Market in Wilkes-Barre, where the staff is busy cooking, smoking, and meeting customer demands. Since 1923, Leonard's has been serving up the classic sausage that keeps customers coming back each and every holiday season.
Very busy. Word of mouth and reputation's been outstanding as well. Really drawing people in. It's a very Pennsylvania thing. Kielbasa at pretty much every holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter. It's a very localized thing.
Just head to 2822news.com where you can check out Leonard's Kielbasa Market store hours. The sudden and tragic loss of a NASCAR champ. Federal investigators begin their work to determine what caused the private plane to crash land into a fireball. An update on the investigation as tributes pour in for the victims next on First at 4. Plus, a post on Reddit helps break a multi-state murder investigation. How authorities track down the gunman behind the Brown University students and MIT professor killings.
Peacock.
Investigators say the ill-fated flight involving NASCAR legend Greg Biffle was only in the air 10 minutes before it crashed. The fiery wreck Thursday morning killed 7 people, including Biffle, his wife, and 2 children. That's the moment of impact there. Officials say the post-crash fire Thursday morning is adding difficulty to this investigation. The business jet went down after attempting to return to Statesville, North Carolina. Again, just 10 minutes into the air. The jet first struck a light about 2,000 feet from the runway before striking trees, more lights, and a perimeter fence. The NTSB says the investigation into the cause of the crash may take anywhere from a year to 18 months. Tributes are pouring in for Greg Biffle and his fellow crash victims. A memorial site was set up in downtown Mooresville in North Carolina. Flowers are placed on a plaque awarded to Biffle when he was inducted in September to the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame. Biffle is also remembered for helping local communities recover from Hurricane Helene last year. Police say the gunman who killed 2 Brown University students and an MIT professor was sophisticated in hiding his tracks. The suspect, 48-year-old Portuguese national Claudio Valente, was found dead Thursday night from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound in a New Hampshire rental storage unit. An anonymous Reddit post led police to a rented car and other evidence linked to Valente. Valente was a former physics PhD student at Brown University more than 20 years ago. Police also believe he shot and killed Nuno Loureiro Monday night. The victim was a renowned MIT physics professor who studied with Valente in Portugal. And First at 4, we'll be right back.
Now.
We have been on a weather alert day because we started off with some rain. It was very warm this morning, and then everything has just fallen apart since then. As we take a look at where we are now, it's a much different story than where we were this morning, which was picking up some rain, steady and heavy at times. We also had some rumbles of thunder, and that caused some power outages. We've also been dealing with some gusty winds, and now we're kind of in that transition period to just some snow. Most of this snow, as you can see, is what we have coming our way as you look back toward the Great Lakes. Much of the rain is on its way out. Now, with that rain, it's obviously still made for some wet roadways. And then on top of that, you've got dropping temperatures. So that means there is a potential that things could get a bit slick on untreated surfaces. In Scranton, as we look at Montage, we are seeing not fantastic weather for skiers, as we did have all of that rain and snow melt. Hopefully we can get things back up and running in good order. We are at 35 now, Wilkes-Barre and Scranton, 36 Towanda. We're at 27 in Lock Haven, coming in now at 37 in Lehighton. We're also under a wind advisory across all of northeastern and central Pennsylvania, and will do so through the night tonight. So we have the gusty winds today, gusty winds tonight, and these are going to be strong. We're talking potential gusts anywhere from 35 to 40, even 50 miles per hour, if not higher than that. again, more isolated power outages can't be ruled out. And as I had mentioned earlier, those untreated surfaces do have a potential to freeze up. So if there's some ponding on the roads or those poor drainage, low-lying areas, those can ice up pretty quickly. As we head into the overnight hours, temperatures will be dropping back into the teens and 20s. Those typically colder spots like Hazleton, Mount Pocono will get in the teens. Most everybody else low 20s for the most part, but it will be a far cry from where we were to start the day. As we go through your Saturday, we'll actually get to enjoy a little bit more sunshine. Good news, not going to be as windy, so that should be helpful, but temperatures will definitely be cooler. We're back in the mid-30s as we head into the afternoon. So as we break down the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, you're looking at highs in the mid-30s. Partly sunny for both days, but Sunday, also the first day of winter, you do have a stray snow shower that can't be ruled out. In terms of timing, you will see we do have some of this batch of snow moving through. Much of us will start to quiet down as we head into the evening. A few areas of snow will try to work their way through the southern tier of New York. Doesn't do very much for us. Now into Saturday, it's showing that the northern tier could be picking up a few snowflakes. Not out of the question, but most of us are going to be dry. And then as we get into Sunday, again, keep in mind, we do have the potential for a snow shower to work its way through. It's not going to be overly impressive, but hey, we'll at least get some snow on the first day of winter. Here's a look at your Future Alert 7-day forecast. So we do have on your first day of winter, a mix of clouds and sunshine with that potential for a snow shower, but Saturday and Monday, you'll just get to enjoy some sunshine. It should be pretty nice. Tuesday, we're returning to a mix of rain and snow showers. Your Christmas Eve right now looks to be dry. And then as we head into the end of the week, Christmas Day, we're tracking more rain and snow showers, but we're back in the mid-40s to where we're just picking up rain shower activity by Friday.
Yeah, chances of a white Christmas are looking kind of grim for northeastern PA.
Very limited,
Yeah.
yes. Unless it's a snow pile, then that will make it look like a white Christmas.
Man, I'll tell you,
yeah.
on my property I looked today, there's not much left.
Not much left, no.
Thanks, Valerie. If your parents, grandparents, or other relatives are veterans, the National Veterans Memorial and Museum in Columbus, Ohio has an assignment for you. And all you need is your phone. Reporter Lexi Lepoff explains the story collection program in this week's Veterans Voices.
We want people to be able to have that story shared for posterity, and so it's not lost to history.
Colonel Bill Butler with the National Veterans Memorial and Museum wants people to help them capture veterans' stories before generations of heroes are no longer here to tell us themselves. Something he says he wishes he had to know more about his family's service.
We don't want other families to have that same regret.
In collaboration with StoryCorps, the museum is collecting recordings of conversations with veterans talking about their service. Then it will be preserved by the Library of Congress in a searchable digital archive and listened to by generations to come.
I think if we don't gather them, then they're lost, and we don't understand that perspective. I then have two kids who are 5 and 3 and know about my grandfather, but they can't hear him tell his story in his words. And it would have been so simple.
It's as simple as using your phone or computer to record the conversation from anywhere at any time, then upload it through the museum's story collection website. They even have a list of suggested questions to start the conversation. Air Force veteran Ben Dawson was interviewed by his granddaughter for the collection.
I think it's wonderful that they want to know about it and want to listen to it, and it just makes a family so much closer.
And head to 2822news.com for a link to the National Veterans Memorial Museum. Sticker shock at the pharmacy, how the White House is turning its sights in an attempt to lower health care prices, and what that means for your wallet. Next on First at 4.
It's Sleep Number.
The White House is turning its sights to health care prices, with affordability a major focus in America. News Nation's Mike Veryvera breaks down the Trump administration's latest announcement to secure lower drug prices for Americans in today's Political Minute.
The White House takes aim at drug prices. I'm Mike Veryvera, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief. The president announcing deals with more pharmaceutical companies with the goal of lowering the cost of medication for Americans. The companies agreeing to offer drugs at what he calls most favored nation pricing on the Trump RX website that's set to launch next year. And in exchange for the deal, the companies get tariff relief. Those prices are comparable to prices in Europe. The announcement comes as rising prices have become a central issue for Americans, and Democrats have won several off-year elections by talking about the issue. The president hitting the road, making several speeches on the economy in recent weeks, including Friday night in North Carolina. I'm Mike Veryvera, and this is your News Nation Political Minute.
You can find more news and analysis from Mike and his colleagues round the clock on News Nation. You can find News Nation on your screen. Just go to joinnn.com. Big changes in local law enforcement, 2 departments becoming one. What the merger means for the communities where officers serve and protect, and how a 3rd police department is impacted. Next on First at 4. Plus, spreading holiday cheer on 2 wheels. How a state senator and a local nonprofit are teaming up to give bikes to local kids who need them most.
Jimmy Sturr.
We are back with the weather alert with potentially strong wind, heavy rain. We've seen some of that already, so let's get right to future alert meteorologist Valerie Smock. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Mark. Yes, we did have some rain move through earlier. That was steady and heavy. That was with our front. We've had some lightning strikes. We've had some thunder and dropping temperature on top of that. And because we have that colder air working its way in, any of those showers have the potential to change over to just snow showers. And that's basically what you're seeing here through much of the Susquehanna Valley and parts of the northern tier where we have already seen that transition. We have also seen some reduced visibility, so keep that in mind in some of those transition areas. So the front is already through, and as we look on the backside, you'll see there's just this very narrow band of showers. That's almost cleared the area. Now we're mainly looking at just some snow showers. Here's what it looks like in Wilkes-Barre. More clouds than anything, even though we did get to see a few peaks of sunshine today. Temperature right now at 36 in Towanda. We're at 39 in Milford, 32 Mount Pocono, Hazleton coming in at 31 in Lewisburg. Temperatures are down compared to yesterday at this time by as much as 19 degrees, but we're only going to drop from here. I'll let you know how cold it'll get tonight coming up here in just a few.
We'll catch up then. Thank you, Valerie. 2 local police departments are set to regionalize at the start of the new year. A familiar face in law enforcement will head that department. 2822's Joe Mason explains what this means for the communities these departments serve.
Well, good evening. You guys were talking about potential wind gusts. There's no shortage of them here in Larksville. I can tell you that from experience. But let's get back to business. It's official now. Larksville Police and Edwardsville Police are now combining as one. That'll be the West Side Regional Police Department come the start of the new year. Let's tell you a little bit more about it. Now, that department, as we said, starts on January 1st. Current Wilkes-Barre Police Chief Joseph Coffey will step down from that role and serve as chief of the new department. Its headquarters will sit on the site of St. Anthony's Church in Larksville, where I am right now. West Side Regional Police Chairman John Soprano says this is both a strategic and convenient location.
It's right on the border of Veryvera and Larksville. It's right in the community. It'll really make that a nice area in that section of town.
Now the plan is for the church behind me and the bingo hall also behind me to be torn down to pave way for this new headquarters. But when it comes to time frames on the new headquarters, we're not entirely sure when it'll go up. We'll be sure to update you when we know. Reporting in Larksville, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
And Wilkes-Barre now needing a new chief. Local authorities are weighing the potential impact of that signing yesterday of marijuana being reclassified as a less dangerous drug. President Trump signed the executive order that shifts marijuana from a Schedule 1 drug like heroin to a Schedule 3 substance like ketamine. The change does not legalize recreational use nationwide, but it may alter regulations and the drug being taxed, as well as expand medical research into marijuana. While some law enforcement see benefits, they are also concerned this may lead to legalizing recreational marijuana in Pennsylvania.
If we legalize recreational marijuana, mark my words, we will lose an entire generation to malaise, to getting high, to no motivation, to accidents in the workplace, to impaired driving accidents, to emergency room admissions.
Pennsylvania is among the 40 states that legalized medical marijuana, but is not among the 24 states that allow recreational use. And that takes us to our 2822 Instapoll question of the day. Do you support marijuana being rescheduled as a Schedule 3 substance? I'll look at the voting so far. 70% say yes, and many more of you are saying no, or I'm not sure. So remember, you can vote on our Instapoll. Just scan the QR code on your screen or on 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on our app and head to our Facebook page. Tell us why you chose the option you did. You might even see your comment on the news here. A Kingston man is accused of firing a gun near a local school. We checked out the scene this morning near Wyoming Valley West Middle School in Kingston. Police responded around 1 this morning to Chester Street and Wright Avenue. They found a bullet casing and later tracked down the suspected gunman, 19-year-old Xavier Smazanuk. He now faces several charges, including firearms not to be carried without a license, recklessly endangering another person, and propulsion of missiles. A heavy highway traffic traffic area is open again after years of construction. Check out the PennDOT video that's proof. The twin bridges at the I-84-380 split in Dunmore are reopened. It happened Thursday ahead of schedule. The project began in 2020. Now that the twin bridges are open, full focus will shift to fixing up the abandoned Erie and Wyoming Railroad Bridge to become part of the Lackawanna County Trail Corridor. Crews should complete that project next summer. The Green Ridge Street Bridge in Scranton is now reopened. The nearly $20 million project to replace the old bridge started last year. It resulted in a temporary bridge for traffic that was used until last night. Work will continue through the new year to install new curbs, sidewalks, drainage systems, and traffic signals on the north side of the road. That portion of the Green Ridge Street Bridge project is expected to be completed next fall. Hundreds and hundreds of local kids who might not otherwise get a bike for Christmas are going to get one thanks to an annual drive. The Scranton School District is among the districts picking up donated bikes from a warehouse near Pittston. State Senator Marty Flynn of Scranton is teaming up once again with the nonprofit All About the Kids Bicycles to distribute the bikes donated by Walmart. This started with 2,000 bikes a week ago, about double from last year. Several hundred bikes remain when we checked this morning.
In the summertime, people say, are we even giving bikes out? Are kids even riding the bikes? But yet, we see it on a daily basis when the summertime comes. So it's a drive that keeps us going. The drive is you have a community that's hurting, and we want to do our best to help out.
Senator Flynn sent us a statement saying, quote, getting these bikes out in time for Christmas means a lot, and it's special knowing some kids will wake up Christmas morning with a bike of their own. The bikes are being distributed across Flynn's 22nd Senate District that makes up parts of Lackawanna and Luzerne counties. Hey, how's this for an early Christmas gift? Many Pennsylvanians will soon get extra cash in their pockets. The state treasury has mailed nearly 100,000 checks as part of the state's new Money Match program. It returns unclaimed cash to residents. Officials say more than 1 in 10 Pennsylvanians is owed some cash, with average payouts topping $1,000. This latest round of checks totals more than $22 million. Many are out shopping for their holiday feast less than a week before Christmas. 2822 News stopped by Leonard's Kielbasa Market in Wilkes-Barre. The staff there has been busy cooking, smoking, and meeting customer demands. Leonard's has been serving up the classic sausage since 1923. The kielbasa keeps customers coming back each and every holiday season.
Very busy. Word of mouth and reputation's been outstanding as well. Really drawing people in. It's a very Pennsylvania thing. Kielbasa at pretty much every holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter. It's a very localized thing.
Just head to 2822news.com and check out Leonard's Kielbasa Market store hours in the Diamond City. The sudden and tragic loss of a NASCAR champ. Federal investigators begin their work to figure out what caused the private plane to crash land into a fireball. An update on the investigation as tributes pour in for the victims next on First at 4. Plus, a post on Reddit helps break a multi-state murder investigation. Authorities tracking down the gunman behind the Brown University students and MIT professor killings. Investigators say the ill-fated flight involving NASCAR legend Greg Biffle was only in the air 10 minutes before crashing. The fiery wreck Thursday morning killed 7 people. This is the scene right after the initial impact. Among the dead, Biffle, his wife, 2 children, and 3 other people. Officials say the post-crash fire is adding difficulty to this investigation. The business jet went down after attempting to return to Statesville Airport for an unknown reason. The jet first struck a light about 2,000 feet from the runway, then struck trees, more lights, and a perimeter fence before ending up on the runway. The NTSB says their investigation can take anywhere from a year to 18 months. Tributes are pouring in for Greg Biffle and his fellow crash victims. A memorial site has been set up in downtown Mooresville in North Carolina. Flowers are placed on a plaque awarded to Biffle when he was inducted in September to the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame. Biffle is also remembered for helping local communities recover from Hurricane Helene last year. Police say the gunman who killed 2 Brown University students and an MIT professor was sophisticated in hiding his tracks. That suspect is this man, 48-year-old Portuguese national Claudio Valente. He was found dead last night from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound in a New Hampshire rental storage unit. An anonymous Reddit post led police to a rented car and other evidence linking Valente to the crimes. Valente was a former physics PhD student at Brown University more than 20 years ago. He is also believed to have shot this man, killing Nuno Loureiro Monday night. The victim was a renowned MIT physics professor who studied with Valente in Portugal. Elsewhere, 5 people are dead after 2 more strikes on alleged drug boats in national waters. The U.S. military confirmed the boats were transporting along known narco trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and were engaged in drug operations. These latest attacks bring the total number of strikes to 28 and the number of deaths to 100. President Trump has justified the attacks as a necessary escalation to stem the flow of drugs into the United States. The pretrial hearing for the alleged killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has concluded. The hearing heavily focused on Luigi Mangione's arrest last December at an Altoona McDonald's and the evidence found there. The defense argues Mangione's rights were infringed upon during his arrest. The judge is expected to decide what evidence is admissible in Mangione's upcoming trial in May. Just into 2822 News, the Justice Department has begun releasing thousands of records in the Jeffrey Epstein case. This includes photos and call logs, some of which are heavily redacted. Today was the deadline for the Justice Department to release the files. There are still worries that not all files will be released, since Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department will investigate Democrats on the list. Historic Washington, D.C. venue, the Kennedy Center, now has a new name. Crews began taking down the former sign this morning to replace it with what reads the Trump Kennedy Center. The handpicked board by President Trump already changed the venue's website to say the Trump Kennedy Center. Democrats argue that only Congress can legally rename the center, and any change without congressional consent is unofficial. Time is endless for popular social media outlet TikTok. App owners signed a deal with investors to keep operating in the U.S. Congress passed a law requiring TikTok to break away from its Chinese parent company ByteDance or face a nationwide ban. President Trump repeatedly extended the deadline for TikTok to find a buyer. The winds of change are blowing throughout northeastern and central Pennsylvania. Check out the cameras, even got some motion to it. Our Pottsville camera, that is. We've been dealing with strong winds, heavy rain at times, even some sleet. And we haven't even gotten to the night. Future Alert meteorologist Valerie Smock times out what's in store this evening and for the weekend. Next on First at 4. We've had some weather today that's sure going to get your attention. First of all, that morning commute was intense as I've been describing it. There was so much rain, so hard on I-81. Traffic slowed to like 15 miles an hour. It was tough to see, tough to hold on to your steering wheel.
It's like the white knuckle.
I know, and as the day evolved, more heavy rain, strong winds, the sleet. That's the thing that got everybody's attention for sure.
Well, and then like just actually getting to see some sunshine, it's like, wait, what are we doing here? Right. And things have been so crazy. In parts of Carbon and Monroe County, we had severe thunderstorm warnings. And now we've got snow squall warnings back into Center County, so right there around State College. So we are all over the place when it comes to weather. So severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire. Those are out of the way, but now we're focusing in on the snow. Some of that has already made a transition. I did get reports in Susquehanna County that it was kind of a whiteout, visibility less than about 20 feet for a moment. So in the big picture, you will notice that heavy, steady rain has moved on, and now we're into that transition to just plain snow showers. And that still could, yes, bring in some minor accumulation. Steady, heavy snow back into western parts of the state already being reported. In downtown Scranton, lots of cloud cover, visibility starting to be reduced again. And then those temperatures are continuing to fall. We're at 29 in Montrose, 36 into Honesdale, 35 in Lehighton, Hazleton now at 30, Bloomsburg at 32. There's those winds we were talking about. Yeah, we're talking about a wind advisory for nearly all of northeastern and central Pennsylvania. I say nearly because in Carbon and Monroe County, we are now under a wind warning. So those winds are going to continue to be very strong, very gusty here through the rest of the day today and into tonight. Now we do have some of those gusts that can get anywhere from 30 to 40, even 50 miles per hour, if not higher than that. We already saw some isolated power outages, and it's not going to be shocking if we get even more because of these gusty winds. So we already had the heavy, steady rain. That made for wet roadways. Kind of not easy to be treating those roads when it would just wash it away. But now that we're starting to see that transition to just plain snow, roads can still be wet. So anything untreated has the possibility to refreeze. So we're talking black ice. Now, when you look at the low temperatures for tonight, far cry from where we were this morning, but we are back into the teens and 20s. And as we plan out your day tomorrow, good news, you'll actually get to see some sunshine. Even better news, it's not going to be as windy, but we do end up into the mid-30s by the afternoon. Definitely not those 50s like we had earlier this morning. And through the weekend, we will be back in the mid-30s for both Saturday and Sunday. Both days a mix of clouds and sunshine, but on Sunday, which is also your first day of winter, we do have a potential for a stray snow shower. Here's the timing on Futurecast. So we do have some snow going through now, trying to break up a little bit. I don't think this is doing a fantastic job at pinpointing exactly where the snow is now because we are filled in a bit more towards central Pennsylvania, and this isn't really showing that. But as we go into tonight, those clouds will be decreasing. It's relatively quiet. You'll get to enjoy some sunshine Saturday. This showing a few snowflakes flying around across the northern tier Saturday afternoon. Not out of the question, but most of us will be dry. And then on Sunday, we do have those stray snow showers possible coming in from northwest to southeast. So you'll see them start to move in Sunday late morning and continuing down across the area as we head into the afternoon. So here's a look at your Future Alert 7-day forecast. We've got a mix of clouds and sunshine on Saturday and Sunday, but we do have that stray snow shower as we wrap up the weekend. Temperatures in the mid-30s. We're dropping to 32, but still getting to see some sunshine on Monday. Tuesday, we'll have a return of some rain and snow showers. Right now, it looks like Christmas Eve will be dry, so no issues for Santa to make its way here. And then on Thursday for Christmas Day, we're actually tracking more rain and snow, but it's going to be warmer.
I wish I could zoom in the studio camera on this. This is from our Avery Nape, who's on the Casey Highway, and you can probably just see some white there. But anyway, there is a snow shower there, so it's already hitting some spots, as you referenced. So you do want to be careful. It's coming in quick and fast.
And one note that I had actually had somebody tell me, if you do not see spray coming off of the car's tires in front of you, it's likely that you're on black ice.
That's excellent tip. I've never heard that, and it's important to know.
Yes.
Thank you, Valerie. Sticker shock at the pharmacy, how the White House is turning its sights toward prescription medication in an attempt to lower health care prices, and what that means for your wallet. Next on First at 4. The White House is turning its sights to healthcare prices, with affordability a major focus in America. News Nation's Mike Vaquera breaks down the Trump administration's latest announcement to secure lower drug prices for Americans in today's Political Minute.
The White House takes aim at drug prices. I'm Mike Vaquera, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief. The president announcing deals with more pharmaceutical companies with the goal of lowering the cost of medication for Americans. The companies agreeing to offer drugs at what he calls most favored nation pricing on the Trump RX website that's set to launch next year. And in exchange for the deal, the companies get tariff relief. Those prices are comparable to prices in Europe. The announcement comes as rising prices have become a central issue for Americans, and Democrats have won several off-year elections by talking about the issue. The president hitting the road, making several speeches on the economy in recent weeks, including Friday night in North Carolina. I'm Mike Vaquera, and this is your News Nation Political Minute.
You can find more news and analysis from Mike and his colleagues 24/7 on News Nation. You can find News Nation on your screen. Head to joinnn.com. First at 4, we'll be right back. Tis the season for artificial intelligence. A new survey found nearly 2/3 of those who took the survey say they are open to using AI to help with holiday shopping, and most of America agrees. Kelly O'Grady shows us how AI can save you time and money.
It's crunch time for holiday shoppers, and artificial intelligence is lending a helping hand. Walmart and Target recently teamed up with OpenAI to improve their shopping chatbots. And the many AI tools, including Gemini, ChatGPT, and Copilot, include features to make holiday shopping easier and cheaper.
Can you help me find deals on this product?
As simple as price comparisons.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to help you find some deals.
And helping to find that perfect gift. Hey, can you help me find a gift for my dad?
Absolutely, I'd love to help. Do you have any ideas about what your dad likes, or maybe any hobbies or interests he has? That way I can give you some tailored suggestions.
Google recently added new shopping tools built directly into their search engine.
AI is going to take the grunt work out of shopping.
Danielle Buckley is a Google product director.
I'm going to search for kids' bikes near me.
She says the AI searches 50 billion online and local listings.
This is AI that's going to be doing the work for you. It's going to be taking action on your behalf and calling the stores.
They call it agentic AI. And after answering some product questions, an AI agent starts calling nearby stores, asking about inventory, pricing, and sales. In 6 minutes, an email arrives with the search results.
This one, it says they have kids' mountain bikes and also have one girl's model with 24-inch wheels, which was what we had specified specifically.
The agentic AI also hunts for bargains.
It'll let you set the characteristics of the product that you want, as well as a price that you're willing to pay for the product, and it'll monitor the product, so when it reaches that price, it'll send you an email and let you know that you can now purchase it.
Google directors say these services are completely free, but are experimenting with incorporating advertising into the experience. Recapping our 2822 Instapoll question of the day, do you support marijuana being reclassified as a Schedule III substance? Most of you are saying yes, you do. Remember, we want to hear your opinion. First, vote on our Instapoll, then head to our Facebook page, leave a comment about why you voted the way you did. And don't forget, enter our 12 days of streaming sweepstakes. Just download 2822 now on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Scan the QR code, enter your information to win amazing prizes like $1,500 in groceries from SureSave. You can only enter on the 2822 Now app on your TV. Today is the last day to nominate a remarkable woman in your community for our 2026 contest. Visit 2822news.com/contest to enter. One winner will travel to Nashville for the National Remarkable Women Celebration and have a donation made to the charity of her choice. And thanks for watching First at 4. I'll make way for Candace Kelly and the news at 5. I'll see you back here tomorrow night at 6. Have a great weekend.
The 2822 News 5 o'clock report starts right now.
Good afternoon. We are under a weather alert today for strong wind and heavy rain. So let's get right to Future Alert meteorologist Valerie Smock, who's in for Josh. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Candace. Yeah, we had some rain earlier that was so super steady and heavy. We had some thunderstorms with it. In fact, we had severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of our area. But right now you're seeing all of that rain moving out, and it has transitioned to just plain snow. So we are going to be picking up some snow showers here as we go through the course of the second half of the day today. Temperatures are going to be dropping, and we are still going to be dealing with some wind. So we're not out of the woods just yet, but this cold front has moved through on the backside. That's when you start to see that transition to snow showers, because we've got temperatures dropping. The highest of the day was actually much earlier this morning, and they've just been tumbling ever since. In downtown Wilkes-Barre, more clouds than anything, but we haven't seen much in the way of snow showers just yet. Temperatures are now back to 32 in Wilkes-Barre and Scranton, 28 Montrose. We're at 30 into Lewisburg, now 32 in Pottsville. Temperatures are down from yesterday at this time by as little as 2 degrees to as much as 18. I am tracking even colder air here as we head into the night. I'll let you know how chilly it'll get coming up.
Okay, thanks, Valerie. 2 local borough police departments are set to regionalize at the start of the new year, and a familiar face will serve as the chief. 2822's Joe Mason joins us live with what that merger will bring to the area. Joe?
Well, you guys just mentioned those winds, and I can tell you from experience they're quite unrelenting here in Larksville. But let's get back to business. It's official now. Larksville Police and Edwardsville Police are now merging together as one as the West Side Regional Police Department. Let's tell you a little bit more about what we know about this project so far. Now, the soon-to-be West Side Regional Police Department will begin operations at the start of the new year, January 1st. Current Wilkes-Barre Police Chief Joseph Coffey will step down from his role there and serve as chief of the new department. Its headquarters will sit on the site of St. Anthony's Church in Larksville, where I am right now. West Side Regional Police Chairman John Soprano says this is both a strategic and convenient location.
It's right on the border of Veryvera and Larksville. It's right in the community. It'll really make that a nice area in that section of town.
Now, the plan is for the church and the bingo hall behind it to be torn down to make way for these new headquarters, but there's still no timetable as to when the headquarters will be complete. But for now, reporting in Larksville, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
Joe, thank you. President Trump has signed an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. The order shifts marijuana from a Schedule I drug like heroin to a Schedule III substance like ketamine. The change won't legalize recreational use nationwide, but it may alter regulations and taxations and expand medical research. While local officials say they see benefits, they are also concerned of the impacts it could bring.
If we legalize recreational marijuana, mark my words, we will lose an entire generation to malaise, to getting high, to no motivation, to accidents in the workplace, to impaired driving accidents, to emergency room admissions.
40 states have legalized medical marijuana and 24 states allow recreational use. In our 2822 Instapoll question today, we are asking, do you support marijuana being reclassified as a Schedule III substance? Here's the voting so far. Majority are saying yes. If you'd like to vote, scan the QR code, go to 2822news.com or the drop-down menu on our app. Then head to our Facebook page and tell us why you chose the option you did, and we may share those comments during one of our newscasts. A Luzerne County man has been sentenced after accidentally killing his friend. Michael Cron Jr. will spend 1 to 2 years in prison for the shooting death of 17-year-old Hunter Seipel. In September of last year, the teenager was shot at a home in Nanticoke and later died at the hospital. Police say the teens were wrestling in the living room when they bumped into a cabinet, causing a pistol to go off. A Kingston man is accused of firing a gun near a local school. We checked out the scene this morning near Wyoming Valley West Middle School in Kingston. Police responded around 1 o'clock this morning to Chester Street and Wright Avenue, and they tracked down the suspected gunman, 19-year-old Xavier Smazanik. He now faces several charges, including firearms not to be carried without a license, recklessly endangering another person, and propulsion of missiles. A heavy traffic area is open again after years of highway construction. PennDOT shows the proof that the twin bridges at the I-84-380 split in Dunmore reopened Thursday ahead of schedule. The project started in 2020, and now that the twin bridges are open, full focus will shift to fixing up the abandoned Erie and Wyoming Railroad Bridge to become part of the Lackawanna County Trail Corridor. Crews should complete that project by next summer. And the Green Ridge Street Bridge in Scranton is also open. The nearly $20 million project to replace the old bridge began last year and resulted in a temporary bridge for traffic. Work will continue through the new year to install new curbs, some sidewalk system, drainage systems, and traffic signals on the north side of the road. That portion of the project is expected to be completed next fall. Many Pennsylvanians will soon get some extra cash in their pockets. The state Treasury Department has mailed nearly 100,000 checks as part of the state's new Money Match program. It returns unclaimed cash to residents. Officials say more than 1 in 10 Pennsylvanians is owed some of the money, with average payouts topping $1,000. This latest round of checks totals more than $22 million. Hundreds of local kids who might not otherwise get a bicycle for Christmas are getting one thanks to an annual drive. The Scranton School District is among the groups picking up the free bikes from a warehouse near Pittston. State Senator Marty Flynn of Scranton is teaming up once again with the nonprofit All About the Kids Bicycles to distribute the bikes. He started with 2,000 a week ago. Several hundred remained when we checked this morning.
In the summertime, people say, are we even giving bikes out? Are kids even riding the bikes? But yet, we see it on a daily basis when the summertime comes. So it's a drive that keeps us going. The drive is you have a community that's hurting, and we want to do our best to help out.
In a statement sent to us by State Senator Marty Flynn, he says, getting these bikes out in time for Christmas means a lot, and it's special knowing some kids will wake up Christmas morning with a bike of their own. The bikes are being distributed across Flynn's 22nd Senate District, which makes up parts of Lackawanna and Luzerne counties. Many are out shopping for their holiday feast less than a week before Christmas. 2822 News stopped by Leonard's Kielbasa Market in Wilkes-Barre, where the staff is busy cooking, smoking, and meeting customer demands. Leonard's has been serving up the classic sausage since 1923. That keeps customers coming back each and every holiday.
Very busy. Word of mouth and reputation's been outstanding as well. Really drawing people in. It's a very Pennsylvania thing. Kielbasa at pretty much every holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter. It's a very localized thing.
2822news.com has a list of the store hours for Leonard's Kielbasa Market if you'd like to check it out. Shockwaves in the racing world still ahead. The NTSB begins its investigation into the plane crash that killed Greg Biffle and his family as tributes pour in for the victims. And a post on Reddit helps break a multi-state murder investigation. How authorities say they tracked down the man accused of killing 2 students at Brown University and an MIT professor. The NASCAR world is mourning the loss of legend Greg Biffle and his family in a plane crash. Investigators say the flight to North Carolina was only in the air 10 minutes before it crashed, killing 7 people. Officials say the post-crash fire Thursday morning is adding difficulty to the investigation. The business jet went down after attempting to return to Statesville Airport for an unknown reason. All on board, including Biffle and his wife and 2 children, were killed. The NTSB says the investigation into the cause of the crash can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months. Tributes continue to pour in for Biffle and the 6 other victims of that crash. A memorial site was set up in downtown Mooresville in North Carolina. Flowers are placed on a plaque awarded to Biffle when he was inducted to the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame this fall. Biffle's also remembered for helping local communities recover from Hurricane Helene. The suspect of last weekend's deadly mass shooting at Brown University has been found dead. Police say Claudio Manuel Neves Valente was found dead in a New Hampshire rental storage unit from an apparent suicide. A post on Reddit about a chance encounter with the suspect in his vehicle helped blow this case wide open. School officials say that Valente was a physics PhD student at the university between 2000 and 2003 in the same building where he opened fire last week, killing 2 students and injuring 9 others. Police say he's also believed to have killed MIT professor Nuno Loureiro Monday night. 5 people are dead after 2 more strikes on alleged drug boats in the Pacific Ocean. The U.S. military confirmed the boats were transporting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific, and they were engaged in drug operations. These latest attacks brought the total number of strikes to 28, with the number of deaths reaching more than 100. President Trump has justified the attacks as a necessary escalation to stem the flow of drugs to the U.S. The pretrial hearing for the alleged killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has concluded. The hearing heavily focused on Luigi Mangione's arrest inside an Altoona McDonald's and the evidence found there. The defense has argued that Mangione's rights were infringed on during his arrest. The judge is expected to decide which evidence is admissible in the upcoming trial by May 18th. Just into the newsroom, the Justice Department has begun releasing thousands of records in the Epstein. This includes photos and call logs, some of which are heavily redacted. Today was the deadline for the Justice Department to release those files. There are still worries, though, that not all the files will be released, since Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department will investigate Democrats on the list. The historic Washington, D.C. venue, the Kennedy Center, now has a new name. The board picked by President Trump has already changed the venue's website to say the Trump Kennedy Center. Democrats say that only Congress can legally rename the center, and any changes before that is unofficial. And time is endless for popular social media outlet TikTok. App owners signed a deal with investors to keep operating in the U.S. Congress passed a law requiring TikTok to break away from its Chinese parent company ByteDance or face a nationwide ban. President Trump repeatedly extended the deadline for TikTok to find a buyer. Oh, it has been windy and rainy all day today. This is the current view right now from our Pottsville camera. We are under a weather alert because of the heavy rain and strong winds that we experienced. Future Alert meteorologist Valerie Smock explains next in the forecast.
Now app.
In tonight's Veterans Voices, if your parents, grandparents, or other relatives are veterans, the National Veterans Memorial and Museum in Columbus, Ohio has an assignment for you, and all you need is your phone. Reporter Lexi Lepoff has details on the story collection program.
We want people to be able to have that story shared for posterity, and so it's not lost to history.
Colonel Bill Butler with the National Veterans Memorial and Museum wants people to help them capture veterans' stories before generations of heroes are no longer here to tell us themselves. Something he says he wishes he had to know more about his family's service.
We don't want other families to have that same regret.
In collaboration with StoryCorps, the museum is collecting recordings of conversations with veterans talking about their service. Then it will be preserved by the Library of Congress in a searchable digital archive and listened to by generations to come.
I think if we don't gather them, then they're lost, and we don't understand that perspective. I then have two kids who are 5 and 3 and know about my grandfather, but they can't hear him tell his story in his words. And it would have been so simple.
It's as simple as using your phone or computer to record the conversation from anywhere at any time, then upload it through the museum's story collection website. They even have a list of suggested questions to start the conversation. Air Force veteran Ben Dawson was interviewed by his granddaughter for the collection.
I think it's wonderful that they want to know about it and want to listen to it, and it just makes a family so much closer.
National Veterans Memorial Museum on our website, 2822news.com. Well, that wind was no joke today.
No, it was a little high.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
Just a few branches laid out in the yard, and I'm sure, some people probably have it way worse. Power outages, all that stuff.
Yeah, I've heard some reports of power outages even from this morning, and then with the winds kind of with us throughout the day, power outages are still happening now. So it is a bit of a rough go. We've already seen some of that steady heavy rain move out, but now we're looking at snow across the area. And this is because the high temperature for the day was actually this morning. It's been dropping through the day. So as these temperatures tumble, any of the wet weather you see left over has that potential to transition to just plain snow showers. In the big picture, heavy, steady rain moving up through the New England states, and now we're back into some snow, and you can see that through much of New York State, back into the Great Lakes as well. And all of that has to go somewhere, and we're going to be dealing with parts of that. Here's what it looks like in Pottsville. It's a little difficult to see. I'm going to step out of the way for a second because you can see this little wire right there. That's moving around just a bit because, yeah, it is still a bit on the windy side. And we're not going to get a break from that even into tonight. In Pottsville, it is 31 degrees. We're at 27 in Lock Haven, 32 Tunkhannock, and we're now at 32 in Wilkes-Barre and Scranton. Wind advisory out for all of the counties shaded in orange. That's almost everybody, but we do have a high wind warning for Carbon and Monroe County. This will be in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. The advisory will be in effect until 1 a.m. on Saturday. Both will have strong gusty winds across the area, potential gusts anywhere from 35 to more than 50 miles per hour. We already talked about those isolated power outages, and then we also want to talk about the concern that we've had a lot of wet weather today. Then the temperature dropped, and once it drops below freezing, things can start to ice up, especially if untreated. Poor drainage, low-lying areas, ponding on the roads, it can be a bit of an issue. Now, when you look at where we are for tomorrow morning for low temperatures, far cry from where we were this morning. You're going to be back in the 20s for much of the area, though some of those typically colder spots will be back in the teens. As we go through your day on Saturday, we do have a nice mix of sun and clouds, temperatures in the mid-30s. Even better news, it's not going to be as windy, so that will be pleasant. However, as we look at the weekend, you will notice we're still staying in the mid-30s for both days. Both days also looking at a partly sunny sky, but Sunday, also your first day of winter, we are looking at a stray snow shower, and it is going to get a little windy again, but nowhere near what we had today. In terms of timing, so we have one little batch of snow moving out. We have a little bit more coming in. I don't think this does a very good job at all of pinpointing where the snow is as we speak, because we are seeing some in the area, and this is just making it look like we have nothing at all. But we are going to see some snow here through the first part of the night, and then those clouds will be decreasing and much of the rest of the night should be quiet. Now on Saturday, I'd say most of us are going to stay dry, but a few snowflakes are not out of the question the farther north you go. Then on Sunday, we're tracking those stray snow showers, those coming in from northwest to southeast, heading into the northern tier, northern Susquehanna Valley by 10 a.m. and then passing down through the Poconos Poconos, the Valley cities as we head into the late afternoon and early evening. Here's your Future Alert 7-day forecast. So we have a mix of clouds and sunshine through the weekend. Your Sunday looking for that stray snow shower and a bit on the windy side for your first day of winter. We'll get in on some sunshine on Monday, though it's our coldest day out of the week ahead. We'll have rain and snow showers returning on Tuesday. Christmas Eve looks dry, but Christmas Day itself looks like we could be dealing with more rain and snow showers, but we're back in the mid-40s.
How about that?
I know. We're kind of all over the place here over the weekend.
We really are. I was surprised how fast all the snow melted because we had quite a bit at our house.
We did, yeah. I know. It's like I was so glad to see that my driveway, all the lake ice and snow were gone. I was like, oh, thank you so much. But yeah, it melted so fast.
It did. All right, Valerie, thank you. Sticker shock at the pharmacy still ahead. How the White House is attempting to lower health care prices and what that means for your wallet.
Call.
With affordability a major focus in America, the White House is turning its sights to health care prices. In today's Political Minute, News Nation's Mike Vaquera breaks down the Trump administration's latest announcement to secure lower drug prices for Americans.
The White House takes aim at drug prices. I'm Mike Vaquera, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief. The president announcing deals with more pharmaceutical companies with the goal of lowering the cost of medication for Americans. The companies agreeing to offer drugs at what he calls most favored nation pricing on the Trump RX website that's set to launch next year. And in exchange for the deal, the companies get tariff relief. Those prices are comparable to prices in Europe. The announcement comes as rising prices have become a central issue for Americans, and Democrats have won several off-year elections by talking about the issue. The president hitting the road, making several speeches on the economy in recent weeks, including Friday night in North Carolina. I'm Mike Vaquera, and this is your News Nation Political Minute.
You can also find more news and analysis from Mike and his colleagues 24/7 on News Nation. And to find News Nation on your screen, go to joinnn.com. Big changes in local law enforcement will explain why several departments are merging into one and how people are reacting to it. Plus, spreading holiday cheer on two wheels. How a state senator and local nonprofits are giving away hundreds of bikes to kids in need.
Jimmy Sturr.
We are under a weather alert today with the potential for the strong wind and heavy rain that blew through here. So let's get the latest with meteorologist Valerie Smock, who's in for Josh tonight. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Candace. Yeah, we had a lot of heavy rain earlier today. Downpours at times. It was almost like it was raining sideways. Then you had the lightning and the thunder and the wind on top of that, and we're not quite done. We are already seeing that rain moving out and now snow moving in. This has been kind of a wild day. We had severe thunderstorm warnings issued, some this morning, some this afternoon, and now we're talking about snow squall warnings back into Center County. We're all over the place, but there are some roads that are clear. Others are starting to get a little snow covered, so just take your time and keep in mind that now we are behind this front. Those temperatures are tumbling, so anything that is wet and untreated, it has the potential to become icy. Here's what it looks like in downtown Wilkes-Barre. Lots of cloud cover still in place. Otherwise, you are looking at temperatures again that are already dropping. We're back in the 20s into Mount Pocono, Montrose, also into Williamsport and Lock Haven. But temperatures are down a bit from where we were yesterday at this time. In fact, we are down by as much as 18 degrees like we are in Lock Haven. I am tracking even colder weather tonight. I'll let you know how chilly it'll get coming up.
We'll see you then. Thank you. 2 local borough police departments are set to regionalize at the start of the new year, and a familiar face will serve as chief. 2822's Joe Mason explains what this will mean for the areas these departments will serve.
Well, you guys just mentioned those winds, and I can tell you from experience they're quite unrelenting here in Larksville. But let's get back to business. It's official now, and Edwardsville Police are now merging together as one as the West Side Regional Police Department. Let's tell you a little bit more about what we know about this project so far. Now, the soon-to-be West Side Regional Police Department will begin operations at the start of the new year, January 1st. Current Wilkes-Barre Police Chief Joseph Coffey will step down from his role there and serve as chief of the new department. Its headquarters will sit on the site of St. Anthony's Church in Larksville, where I am right now. West Side Regional Police Chairman John Soprano says this is both a strategic and convenient location.
It's right on the border of Veryvera and Larksville. It's right in the community. It'll really make that a nice area in that section of town.
Now, the plan is for the church and the bingo hall behind it to be torn down to make way for these new headquarters, but there's still no timetable as to when the headquarters will be complete. But for now, reporting in Larksville, Joe Mason, 2822 News.
President Trump has signed an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. The order shifts marijuana from a Schedule I drug like heroin to a Schedule III substance like ketamine. The change won't legalize recreational use nationwide, but it may alter regulations and taxations and expand medical research. While local officials say they see benefits, they're also concerned about the impact it could have on Americans.
We legalize recreational marijuana, mark my words, we will lose an entire generation to malaise, to getting high, to no motivation, to accidents in the workplace, to impaired driving accidents, to emergency room admissions.
40 states have legalized medical marijuana and 24 states allow recreational use. In our Instapoll question today, we are asking, do you support marijuana being reclassified as a Schedule III substance? Here's a look at the voting so far. If you'd like to vote, scan the QR code, go to 2822news.com or on our app under the drop-down menu. Then head to our Facebook page and tell us why you chose the option you did, and you might see your comment on TV. A Kingston man is accused of firing a gun near a local school. We checked out the scene this morning near Wyoming Valley West Middle School. Police responded about 1 o'clock this morning to Chester Street and Wright Avenue. They tracked down the suspected gunman, 19-year-old Xavier Smazanek. He now faces several charges, including firearms not to be carried without a license, recklessly endangering another person, and propulsion of missiles. A Luzerne County man has been sentenced after accidentally killing his friend. Michael Cron Jr. will spend 1 to 2 years in prison for the shooting death of 17-year-old Hunter Seipel. In September of last year, the teen was shot at a home in Nanticoke and later died at the hospital. Police say the teens were wrestling in the living room when they bumped into a cabinet, causing a pistol to go off. A heavy traffic area is open once again after years of highway construction. The twin bridges at the I-84-380 split in Dunmore reopened Thursday ahead of schedule. The project started in 2020, and now that the twin bridges are open, focus will shift to fixing up the abandoned Erie and Wyoming Railroad Bridge to become part of the Lackawanna County Trail Corridor. Crews should complete that project for next summer. And the Greenridge Street Bridge in Scranton is now open. The nearly $20 million project to replace the old bridge began last year and resulted in a temporary bridge for traffic. Work will continue through the new year to install new curbs, sidewalks, drainage systems, and traffic signal on the north side of the road. That portion of the project is expected to be completed next fall. Many Pennsylvanians will soon get some extra cash in their pockets. The state treasury has mailed nearly 100,000 checks as part of the state's new Money Match program. It returns unclaimed cash to residents. Officials say more than 1 in 10 Pennsylvanians is owed some of the money, with average payouts topping $1,000. This latest round of checks totals more than $22 million. Hundreds of local kids who might not otherwise get a bicycle for Christmas are getting one thanks to an annual drive. The Scranton School District is among the groups picking up the free bikes from a warehouse near Pittston. State Senator Marty Flynn of Scranton is teaming up once again with the nonprofit All About the Kids Bicycles to distribute the bikes. He started with about 2,000 a week ago. Several hundred remained when we checked it out this morning.
In the summertime, people say, are we even giving bikes out? Are kids even riding the bikes? But yet, we see it on a daily basis when the summertime comes. So it's a drive that keeps us going. The drive is you have a community that's hurting, and we want to do our best to help out.
In a statement sent to us by State Senator Marty Flynn, he says, getting these bikes out in time for Christmas means a lot, and it's special knowing some kids will wake up Christmas morning with a bike of their own. The bikes are being distributed across Flynn's 22nd Senate District that makes up parts of Lackawanna and Luzerne counties. Many, of course, out shopping for their holiday feast less than a week before Christmas. 2822 News stopped by Leonard's Kielbasa Market in Wilkes-Barre, where the staff is busy cooking, smoking, and meeting customer demands. Leonard's has been serving up the classic sausage since 1923, and it keeps customers coming back each and every holiday season.
Very busy. Word of mouth and reputation's been outstanding as well. Really drawing people in. It's a very Pennsylvania thing. Kielbasa at pretty much every holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter. It's a very localized thing.
Just head to 2822news.com to check out Leonard's Kielbasa Market store hours. Shockwaves in the racing world still ahead. The NTSB begins the investigation into the plane crash that killed Greg Biffle and his family as tributes pour in for the victims. And a post on Reddit helps break a multi-state murder investigation. How authorities say they tracked down the man accused of killing 2 students at Brown University and an MIT professor.
Holiday season.
We interrupt 2822 News at 5 to take a special report regarding the release of some of the Epstein files and strikes on Syria. Let's take a listen.
prosecution agreement, which of course garnered so much controversy back in 2007. They've also released a significant amount of court filings in civil court filings, many of which we've already seen or reported on previously. They do have 4 volumes that appear to be new, or at least information that they haven't previously released before in this form. All told, that's 3,500 files. Now, some of those files have multiple pages attached to them. It's totaling more than 2.5 gigabytes of material that includes investigative reports and photos. Some of those photos that we're seeing do involve prominent people in American politics, including former President Bill Clinton. A photograph of him in a hot tub. You're looking at that photograph there. There's an additional person in that photograph, a little tricky to see, whose face is redacted. But of course, as we've reported in the past, the former president denies any sort of wrongdoing. And it's important to remember that in July of this year, this Justice Department and FBI under the Trump administration has said that there's not even enough new information to even open a case, Tom, let alone bring a successful prosecution against any uncharged third parties beyond Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who were, of course, convicted in the case of Maxwell, convicted in the case of Epstein, died by suicide in a Manhattan federal prison. As far as the other pieces of information that we're getting from this, it does appear that the Justice Department and the FBI did continue their investigation in southern Florida even after Epstein signed that non-prosecution agreement, traveling to Australia to interview a potential victim. And there are a number of case files going back to 2019 when they successfully brought a case against Epstein, or in the process of trying to successfully bring a case against Epstein in 2019 that have to do with the FBI here in New York and the NYPD. Some of that information, Tom, includes photographs that are very disturbing, that are heavily redacted or redacted in full, and some of those have been labeled CSAM, or child sex abuse material. To be clear, the Justice Department has made sure that there are no photographs of any individuals that could identify their faces or any sort of other identifying characteristics in those photographs, but obviously deeply disturbing.
Yeah, Tom, before you go, there have been other sort of strange photographs, if you will. There are some of Jeffrey Epstein with Michael Jackson, but the context of a lot of these photos is still not understood completely at this hour.
You know, that's what makes it so difficult, Tom, is that a lot of these photographs are undated. They come in the form of these files, so we're not clear whether they originate from the FBI's investigation in Florida, whether they originate from any sort of a local Palm Beach Police Department investigation, which of course kicked this off. Those case files are in here too. And it's not clear whether or not those documents were uncovered at Epstein's mansion, when we were told that multiple boxes of photographs were recovered in a search warrant in 2019 after he landed in Teterboro, New Jersey, to the surprise of federal handcuffs. So that's at least the initial indication of this as it stands before Nightly News on Friday afternoon. But of course, given the size and scope and volume of this, and the fact that the Deputy Attorney General of the United States said earlier today that they are not releasing today all of the documents, they still have more to make public. We don't know yet what is and isn't in these documents.
Yeah, we'll keep digging through those documents as we get ready for the broadcast.
All right, as we were just listening, the Justice Department has begun releasing thousands of records in the Epstein case. We're told it includes photos and call logs, some of which are heavily redacted. Today was the deadline for the Justice Department to release the files. There are still worries, though, that not all the files will be released because of Attorney Pam Bondi saying that the Justice Department will investigate Democrats on the list. The NASCAR world is mourning the loss of legend Greg Biffle and his family in a plane crash. Investigators say the flight in North Carolina was only in the air 10 minutes before it crashed, killing 7 people. Officials say the post-crash fire Thursday morning is adding difficulty to the investigation. The business jet went down after attempting to return to Statesville Airport for an unknown reason. All on board, including Biffle and his wife and 2 children, were killed. The NTSB says the investigation into the cause of the crash can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months. And tributes continue to pour in for Biffle and the 6 other victims of that crash. A memorial site was set up in downtown Mooresville in North Carolina. Flowers are placed on a plaque awarded to Biffle when he was inducted to the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame this fall. He's also remembered for helping local communities recover from Hurricane Helene. The suspect of last weekend's deadly mass shooting at Brown University has been found dead. Police say Claudio Manuel Neves Valente was found dead in a New Hampshire rental storage unit from an apparent suicide. A post on Reddit about a chance encounter with the suspect and his vehicle helped blow this case wide open. School officials say Valente was a physics PhD student at the university between 2000 and 2003 in the same building where he opened fire last week, killing 2 students and injuring 9 others. Police say he's also believed to have killed MIT professor Nuno Loureiro Monday night. 5 people are dead after 2 more strikes on alleged drug boats in the Pacific Ocean. The U.S. military confirmed the boats were transporting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and were engaged in drug operations. These latest attacks brought the total number of strikes to 28, with the number of deaths reaching more than 100. President Trump has justified the attacks as a necessary escalation to stem the flow of drugs into the United States. We'll be right back.
Ships.
It has been a bit of a wild day. We started off with some rain, some heavy at times. We actually had some gusty winds. Now we're tracking some snow. But while much of the rain is out, I want to point out that at the Mount Pocono Airport, we set a precipitation record of 1.79 inches, which broke the previous record of 1.63 inches, which was set back in 1957. So what we're dealing with now is primarily some snow showers because these temperatures have been tumbling throughout the day. We actually had a high of 57 degrees. That was this morning. Obviously, we are not there now, and because we are colder, we've got some snow to talk about as opposed to the rain. Here's what it looks like outside in downtown Scranton. You can still see some wet droplets there on the camera lens, but we are going to be seeing some snow passing through some of these areas. Not everybody is seeing it yet, especially the farther south you go, but some places are picking up some heavy snow, say back in central Pennsylvania where we have snow squall warnings. It is 28 in Lock Haven, 29 Williamsport, we're at 30 into Bloomsburg, 32 in Lehighton, now 27 in Mount Pocono. Wind advisory out for these counties shaded in orange. That will be in effect until 1 a.m. on Saturday. And then we have a high wind warning for Carbon and Monroe County, and that will be in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Strong gusty winds are going to be with us. We're looking at potential wind gusts of anywhere from 35 to as much as 50 miles per hour, if not even higher than that. We've already been dealing with some isolated power outages, and it's not out of the question that we could continue to see them here in the coming hours. Anything that is untreated does have the potential to become icy. We're talking where we have some of the ponding on area roadways, the poor drainage, low-lying areas. We had a lot of rain move through and a lot of snow melt as well. So any of that water that's just sitting, it's a little bit difficult to treat, so it can turn icy. Temperatures tonight are back into the teens and 20s. It is going to be a far cry from where we were earlier this morning. And as we go through the course of the day on Saturday, we'll be looking at a nice mix of sun and clouds. That's nice. Also nice in that it's not going to be as windy. We do have temperatures, though, pushing up into the mid-30s, which is a little below average. We'll be at 36 for both Saturday and Sunday, and both days we'll get to see some sunshine. But on Sunday, we do still have a stray snow shower across the area, and it is going to be windy, but not as bad as what we had today. In terms of timing, I don't think this is doing a really great job at pinpointing where the snow is as we speak, but you will notice that we do have that rain out of here. Now we're just going to be seeing the snow showers here as we go through the rest of the day. Saturday, most of us will see nothing at all. However, it's looking like we could pick up a few snowflakes across the northern tier Saturday afternoon. Then on Sunday, we have a little bit of a better shot of picking up those snow showers from northwest to southeast. So that hitting the northern tier by 10 a.m. and then heading back down through the valley cities and the Poconos once we head into Sunday evening. Here's what it looks like for your Future Alert 7-day forecast. So we have sun and clouds for your Saturday and Sunday. Sunday also your first day of winter. We do have those stray snow showers in place. Then for Monday, it's our coldest day of the week, but we still get to enjoy some sunshine. Rain and snow showers are expected to return on Tuesday. Right now it looks dry for Christmas Eve. Shouldn't be any issues for Santa's arrival. And then on Christmas Day itself, we do have rain and snow showers back in the forecast. But hey, 44.
Yeah, at least it'll be comfortable. You won't be freezing,
yeah.
right?
At least it's not too.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
True. Thank you, Valerie. Sticker shock at the pharmacy is still ahead. How the White House is attempting to lower health care prices and what that means for your wallet.
Peacock.
With affordability a major focus in America, the White House is healthcare prices. In today's Political Minute, News Nation's Mike Vaccaro breaks down the Trump administration's latest announcement to secure lower drug prices for Americans.
The White House takes aim at drug prices. I'm Mike Vaccaro, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief. The president announcing deals with more pharmaceutical companies with the goal of lowering the cost of medication for Americans. The companies agreeing to offer drugs at what he calls most favored nation pricing on the Trump RX website that's set to launch next year. And in exchange for the deal, the companies get tariff relief. Those prices are comparable to prices in Europe. The announcement comes as rising prices have become a central issue for Americans, and Democrats have won several off-year elections by talking about the issue. The president hitting the road, making several speeches on the economy in recent weeks, including Friday night in North Carolina. I'm Mike Veryvera, and this is your News Nation Political Minute.
You can also find more news and analysis from Mike and his colleagues 24/7 on News Nation. And to find News Nation on your screen, go to joinnn.com. We'll be right back. NASA has a new administrator, and his top priority, according to congressional legislation, is to get the United States back to the moon before 2030. But will the U.S. make that deadline? 2822's Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot explains.
For the first time in nearly 11 months, NASA has a Senate-confirmed leader.
I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to serve as the 15th administrator.
And on Administrator Jared Isaacman's first day, President Donald Trump signed an executive order to urge NASA to return Americans to the moon by 2028.
We have a big competitor in the form of China.
Oklahoma Republican Frank Lucas just finished his term as the chair of the House Science and Space Committee. He says he's concerned because China has pledged to put people on the moon by 2030.
Whoever controls the off-world controls the future of the whole planet.
But in a Senate hearing in September, former NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine said the U.S. is too reliant on the SpaceX Starship to land on the moon. So far, it's seen setbacks and delays.
We don't have a landing system for the moon, that it is highly unlikely that we will land on the moon before China.
NASA's exploring other moon landers, and Senator Ted Cruz told me last month he's confident NASA will meet its deadlines.
We're going to go back to the moon. We're going to beat China.
Senator Cruz says he got an additional $10 billion in the big beautiful bill for human space exploration.
For the last 20 years, there's been kind of a lowballing by Congress in the funding of NASA.
Lucas says the threat of China pushed Congress to invest more in space, and that'll benefit people on Earth.
Had there never been a space program, we wouldn't all be carrying smartphones.
NASA's website says it's targeting mid-2027 for the launch of Artemis 3. That mission would put the first people on the moon in the 21st century. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlot.
Recapping today's Instapoll question, we asked, do you support marijuana being reclassified as a Schedule III substance? Remember, we want to hear your opinion about this topic. First, vote in our Instapoll question, then head to our Facebook page and leave a comment about why you voted the way that you did. And don't forget to enter the 12 Days of Streaming sweepstakes. Download the 2822 Now app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Fire TV. Then scan the QR code and enter your information to win some amazing prizes like $1,500 in groceries from SureSave. You can enter the 28, you can only enter on the 2822 Now app on your TV, so keep that in mind if you are trying for that contest. Today is the last day to nominate a remarkable woman in your community for our 2026 contest. Be sure to visit 2822news.com/contests to enter. And one winner will get to travel to Nashville for the National Remarkable Women Celebration, and they'll get a donation made to the charity of her choice. So that again is on 2822news.com for the Remarkable Women Contest. Today is the last day to submit whoever is remarkable in your life for consideration. And that is going to do it for us at 5, but stick around because 2822 News at 6 is coming up next.